check. Hello, hello, check, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, check 1 2.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I now request everyone to kindly join us and kindly have your mobile phones in silent mode or airplane mode, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll shortly be commencing the event. Can I request everyone to kindly gather in and take their seats? And please have your mobile phones on silent mode or airplane mode. Can we please have our mobile phones on silent mode, please? I shall now be starting with the formal inauguration ceremony. Namaskar and good morning everyone, Honorable Chief Guests, distinguished dignitaries, our international and national delegates, respected members of press and media, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all of you attending the inaugural session of Tunneling Asia 2022 Underground Space, the Need of the Day. With this, may I now request Lieutenant General Suresh Sharma, AVSM, PVSM, Senior Vice President, Tunneling Association of India, Shri SVR Srinivas, Commissioner MMRDA, Managing Director, Mumbai Metro Rail Corporation Limited, Mrs. Jenny Yan, who shall be joining us virtually, President, International Tunneling and Underground Space Association, Dr. Mangu Singh, President, Tunneling Association of India and Chief Principal Advisor, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation Limited, Ms. Ashwini Bhide, Additional Municipal Commissioner, BMC, Shri Vikas Kumar, Managing Director, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation Limited, Professor Mahendra Singh, who shall also be joining us virtually, President, ISRM India, and Professor, Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, and Shri Ashwin Moge, ICI Mumbai Chapter and Vice President, Ultratech Cement. And I welcome them all to join us on the dais. Can we please have a warm round of applause? And may I also request Shri A.K. Dinkarji, Secretary General, Tunneling Association of India, to also kindly join us on the stage. Since we are here for the inauguration of the Tunneling Asia 2022, let me take you briefly as to what we'll be sharing today. Underground construction has boomed in the last 10 years worldwide. This trend is due to several factors such as the growth of population of cities, demand for sustainable solutions, and the call for environmental friendly solutions. Therefore, to meet these needs, the trend is towards underground development for transportation, transfer of water and wastewater, storm protection, power, and other systems. The need, however, is to have cost-effective, environment-friendly, and technically sound underground development. To achieve this, we'll have to keep pace with the technological advancements in the field of underground development, with a view to provide information at international level of knowledge and experience gained in the large-scale underground structures and tunnel projects for the benefit of future projects throughout the world. Delegates today will be provided with a unique opportunity through this conference to facilitate exchange of views and ideas with professionals who have been actively involved in the success of the tunnel projects. With this, ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Shri A.K. Dinkar to kindly present a token of love and appreciation to our esteemed guests on the dais. Sir? Can we please have Shri S.V.R. Srinivas Ji, Commissioner MMRDA, Managing Director, Mumbai Metro Rail Corporation. Thank you, sir. May we now have Lieutenant General Suresh Sharma, AVSM, PVSM, Senior Vice President, Tunneling Association of India. Sir, we'd be happy if you accept our token of appreciation. May I now respect Dr. Mangu Singh, President, Tunneling Association of India and Chief Principal Advisor, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation Limited. Ms. Ashwin Bhire, Additional Municipal Commissioner, BMC. Shri Vikas Kumar, Managing Director, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation Limited. And Shri Ashwin Moge, ICI Mumbai Chapter and Vice President, Ultratech Cement. May I now request Sir to kindly present it to Shri S.K. Gupta, Co-Chairman, Organizing Committee and Director Projects, Mumbai Metro Rail Corporation Limited. And Shri Anil Kumar Lahoti, General Manager, Central Railway. May I now request our esteemed dignitaries to please light the ceremonial lamp to mark the beginning of this function. Shubham karoti kalyanam arogyam dhana sampada shatru buddhi vinashaya deepa jyotir namastate. With the arrival of light, darkness disappears, bringing auspiciousness, health and prosperity, destroying the inimical mind. Thank you, everyone. Moving forward, Lieutenant General Suresh Sharma, PVSM, AVSM, is former Director General, Border Roads Organization, and former Engineer-in-Chief of the Indian Army. In recognition of his 4 decades of service to the nation, he has been awarded twice by the President of India. ATI Vashisht Seva Medal in 2016 and for Param Vashisht Seva Medal in 2018. With that, may I now request Lieutenant General Suresh Sharma, PVSM AVSM, Senior Vice President, Tunneling Association of India, to kindly present the welcome address and overview of tunneling sector segment. Thank you.
Chief Guest, Shri Anil Kumar Lahoti, General Manager, Central Railway, Shri SBR Srinivas, Commissioner MMRDA and MD, Mumbai Metro Rail Corporation, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, delegates, presenters, friends from media, those connected online with us in India and abroad, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. It's my privilege to welcome you all to this edition of Tunneling Asia 2022. This conference provides a very unique opportunity to all of us because of its scope and the fact that this is first such conference in person ever since the pandemic started. It has attracted delegates from the entire country, and some of our colleagues from the neighboring countries. Our special welcome to the overseas delegates. Ladies and gentlemen, utility of underground space has been well realized by one and all in the country, especially in the urban spaces. That is how we have chosen our theme, underground space, need of the day. It is no longer the tunnels are no longer communication tunnels, but the entire spectrum of infrastructure facilitates. Now we are developing and we are looking at developing and utilizing the underground space efficiently, effectively, in a more robust, climate resilient and environment friendly way. This conference has been preceded by a 2-day workshop on observational approach in tunneling, issues and challenges. That was on 24th and 25th of this month. And I'm happy to announce that it was a professional interaction leading to very, very useful lessons for all of us. As the program unfolds today, we have tried to address major issues concerning us in the tunneling field. Our participants, presenters and delegates will attempt to put across to the audience the optimum solutions and the best practices. Ladies and gentlemen, a word about the Tunneling Association of India. This is a non-profit organization which was raised in the year 1976 under the aegis of CBIP, that is Central Board of Irrigation and Power. It has more than 800 members today from all walks of life, including the industry partners, academia, students, research people, equipment suppliers, material suppliers, and the government officials, and institutional members also. We are the official representatives of the country in the World Tunnel Congress, which is part of the ITA, that is the International Tunneling Association. We have large mandate, but primarily based to connect people, to interact, to share knowledge, to share experiences the way we are doing today. We host Tunneling Asia once in 2 years. We did the last one in this very venue in the year 2019. Because of the pandemic, it couldn't happen last year, and that's how we gathered today. We also represent India whenever the World Tunnel Congress happens, organized by the ITA. And since last presentation that we had, last conference that we have introduced Tunneling Asia Awards, which we are going to host this evening itself again. Our thanks to our organizers, co-organizers, ISRM and DMRC, Mumbai Metro Rail Corporation and India Concrete Institute. Our special thanks to Mumbai Metro for taking the lead in organizing this event. We also thank our sponsors who have come forward in large numbers to support us. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall give you in a very brief overview of the tunneling activities in India. Okay. Can we go to the first slide, please? Okay. No, it's not on. You brought it to the last one. Please take it to the first slide of my setup. Okay, if you leave the control with me, I'll go at my. Okay, fine. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to take. You may look at the slide, but I will just give you the correct, figures, which will tell you that where we stand today and which way are we moving forward. Now look at this. As on today, we have analyzed 1,726 tunnels spanning a length of 3,600 kilometers. Large figure. Out of which about 1,300 have been completed, roughly 400 are under construction, and 54 have been very recently awarded. If you convert the same thing into length, we have roughly about 2,200 completed and about 1,300 plus under construction. The awarded looks little less. That is because the figures have been picked up only till the March 31st. These figures are growing by the day as the contracts are getting awarded. Another way of looking at it, hydro takes the lead, followed by irrigation, railways, metro, water supply, road, and the sewage. And if you look at the last graph on the bottom right side, you will notice another very interesting figure. The sewerage tunnels. Ladies and gentlemen, this is another micro tunnels that I'll mention a little separately. This is also picking up in the country, which I think is the need of the day. Just for the information of the dignitaries on the dais and the others, we have invited our special guests from Malaysia to share experiences with us on the underground drainage systems. We have a huge problem in Mumbai on the Western Express Highway. Let's see and share our experiences. Is there a case in point for us to follow? If you look at the pie chart, still the DBM, drill and blast, takes the lead. Although we are slowly, gradually now shifting to the NATM. TBM is becoming all-time favorite, definitely in the metros and now the highway tunnels also, and including the railways is seriously looking at it. I mentioned about the micro tunneling, very broadly speaking, up to 3 meters, 3.2 meters precisely is the micro tunnels. These are also now picking up basically for the utilities and the things like sewage. A bit about NATM, I mentioned that this is picking up in the country now. We are slowly, gradually shifting to it. Metro, needless to say, I think the number of projects which have been executed, the number of projects which are in execution, every state, important cities in every state are now looking forward to its own metro. So this will only grow by the day. Those who are keen as to where is the action happening, unlike most of us who think it may be happening in the mountains and the hills, no, it's happening here in Maharashtra. That's why we chosen Mumbai. The scene of action is Maharashtra, followed by Arunachal, of course, for the highways, Uttarakhand, and the rest. So needless to say, if I was to sum up, tunneling development in India is inviting lot of investment, especially in the infrastructure. It's an all-time favorite with even the ministers and the ministries today that when you want to save time, you want to save environment, switch over to underground space, switch to tunnels. It may be a bit expensive in the beginning, but when you see the life cycle concept, I think it saves up. You may be aware that we have done our first underwater tunnel in Hooghly, and a very large tunnel across Brahmaputra is now going to be attempted by the Border Roads Organization. It is 10 kilometers plus, which will be a rail road. The DPR is almost complete. We are, I think, quite updated. We still don't mind adopting new technologies, new materials. That's why these workshops are being held. We are very fortunate that we have large number of experts with us who are on board, who are advising us still, and our own young tunnels are also now coming up. And I'm sure in days to come, in another decade or two, we will have our own set of people, both in the production and in the manufacturing and in the industry. With that, I finish. I've just given you a very broad overview. More details we can discuss should you need to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lieutenant General Suresh Sharma ji. With this, may I now request Professor Mahendra Singh, President ISRM India and Professor Indian Institute of Technology Roorkee, to kindly present the keynote address. He'll be joining us virtually.
Anil Kumar Lahoti ji, General Manager, Central Railway. Shri SVR Srinivas, Commissioner MMRDA. Mrs. Jingzhu Ya, President, International Tunneling and Underground Space Association. Dr. Mangu Singh ji, Madam Ashwini Bhide, Shri Vikas Kumar, Lieutenant General Suresh Sharma, Shri S.K. Gupta, dear delegates, esteemed guests, ladies, gentlemen, and dear friends. It's a great occasion for all of us, and it's a moment of pride that this very prestigious event is being organized by the Tunneling Association. The conference name is Underground Space, the Need of the Day. And in my opinion, it is indeed the need of the day, as just now told by Lieutenant General Suresh Sharma, that there is almost no space available now for further infrastructural development, and the only option available with us is to go underground. So it's a very, very timely conference, and on behalf of the International Society of Rock Mechanics, Indian National Group, which I am representing here, it's my privilege to congratulate the organizers and wish all the success to the conference. The International Society of Rock Mechanics was founded in Salzburg in 1962. And this society has more than 60 national groups, and Indian National Group is a very active group out of these groups. The main objective of our society is to encourage teaching, research, advancement, and the developments in the field of rock mechanics. The another main objective which we have is to cooperate with the other bodies whose aims are complementary to those of ISRM. And on this aspect, when we look at the Tunneling Association, we cannot think of rock mechanics without tunneling, and also without underground space technology. Similarly, when you talk of tunneling and underground construction, they also need a lot of inputs from the rock mechanics. So we are complementary to each other. So there is a lot of research which has been going on. Despite almost 60 years of research in rock mechanics, still we face a lot of challenges, especially from the tunneling side and from the underground space technology or underground space development side. These are mainly these problems are, or the challenges are mainly due to the fact that the rock mass in the field is very complex. It's a very difficult material, it's jointed material, it is anisotropic, heterogeneous, and there are many challenges in the sense that even if we ask today ourselves that do we really understand how this particular rock mass which we are dealing in the field is going to behave, or can we really make a very good timely assessment of problems like squeezing or bursting, or there are issues related to TBM. We are happy, there are many institutes now in India, a lot of work is being done on TBM, and a lot of new development is taking place. So beside all these the research activities which we do in the lab or in the educational institutes, there is no substitute to the experience which the professionals gain in the field. This experience comes from the tunneling professionals like the honorable speakers of this conference and the delegates of this conference. These professionals face real challenges in the field like inrush of water, problems of TBM, and so many other problems. And despite all these challenges, our tunneling professionals have been working very hard. So even during pandemic time, our tunneling professionals have been very, very active. And it is heartening to see that this particular conference brings this experience of these experts to a point where it can be disseminated with the delegates. When I go through the content of the conference, it's very nice to see that the entire plenary session is completely devoted to field innovations, experience, lessons learned from the rich experience of the experts. And the conference has great emphasis on major aspects like planning, investigation, design, contractual and financial issues, advanced topics like risk and hazard, construction practices, industry special aspects, and a very tricky issue, very tricky challenging task, urban tunneling, which is very, very difficult, but and also innovative techniques. But I see that in all, I firmly believe that this conference will be very, very successful in achieving its goal, and the organizers should be complimented for this particular event. I once again thank the organizers for giving me to be with you at this occasion, and wish all the best to this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Singh, for sharing your defense and your optimism with us. With this, may I now request Shri Vikas Kumar, Managing Director, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation Limited, to kindly present his keynote address.
Thank you. A very good morning to all of you. It is a privilege and honor for me on being invited to the Tunneling Asia 2022 conference here in Mumbai. The theme of the conference, underground space, the need of the day, is very apt in the present scenario. Due to rapid urbanization, in order to cater to the population growth, there is a demand of infrastructure in the underground space due to limitation of such space at ground level. Cities' infrastructure and logistics expansion towards underground provides safe, sustainable, and green solutions, and thereby contributes to improving the life of millions of people. Despite various challenges in making underground infrastructure, we have witnessed a phenomenal growth and development in this field. This is all because of able engineers and planners like you all. We know that comprehensive reshaping of underground space has become very vital and critical in urban transformation of cities. To achieve this, a multi-pronged approach is essential. That is, spatial reorganization, combating engineering challenges, and the most important one is establishment of policies and regulations, and also consideration of socio-economic impact. I urge you all, and especially Mr. Srinivas and Madam Bhide, who are here, to take a note of this. With the advent of smart technology and sophisticated digital tools, we get a lot of inputs which help in evolution of new designs as well as new construction methods. DMRC, an organization to which I belong, has a rich experience of 25 years and 85 kilometers of metro tunneling work with NATM, cut and cover, and latest equipment's usage. I would like to thank Dr. E. Sridharan and Dr. Mangu Singh for their immense contribution in this field, that DMRC has laid the foundation of urban infrastructure in India, especially with respect to metro rail. We have improved the socio-economic life of people in Delhi. Take an example of Chavdi Bazar market in Delhi. By underground tunneling and providing a metro station over there, we have given a new lease of life to the market. We are all set now to do the same at Sadar Bazar in phase 4. On the safety front also, we have given a lot of confidence to the people of Delhi. There has not been a single case of fire or any untoward incident in the underground section of our metro for the last 25 years. In our journey, we have witnessed many challenges of different geological conditions like hidden wells, British time drains, rocky encounters, buried archaeological structures, and old and dilapidated buildings. These 25 years have been a story of evolution through experimentation and setting new benchmarks every day. DMRC professionals will share their experience with you all, and I believe that this conference will be an ideal opportunity to share innovations and technical perspective which will further upgrade underground infrastructure and transform the society which it serves. Deliberations in this conference will definitely culminate into a more innovative and rich knowledge bank which will make a positive impact worldwide. I wish all the success to Tunneling Association of India and thank the organizers for this wonderful initiative which will go a long way in betterment of society. Together we will make underground and urban infrastructure one of the safest and most comfortable in the whole world. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With that, may I now request Ms. Ashwini Bhire, Additional Municipal Commissioner, BMC, to kindly present her keynote address.
Good morning, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, all the experts present here who will be contributing to this two-day-long deliberations for the Tunneling Asia 2022 conference, my colleagues and friends present here. I really feel very happy and privileged to be here after an hiatus of almost 3 years. 2019, I was here representing MMRC, and we were obviously the co-organizers for this conference. Then we had COVID and none of us could meet. Though I am a generalist and not a technocrat, but I had the rare fortune of handling tunneling projects in all my past 3 assignments. While I was working in MMRDA, we started that very modest 500-meter long tunnel as part of the Eastern Freeway. It was a drill and blast, the conventional technology tunnel. Then while I was heading Mumbai Metro Rail Corporation, I could get associated with almost large part of the completion of the large part of this 55-kilometer long metro tunnel and all the 26 underground stations. The creation of underground space in a city like Mumbai itself was a huge challenge, and we could wade through that whole process. And then again, when I switched my job, I came in BMC, Brihan Mumbai Municipal Corporation, and was given the responsibility of this southern part of the Mumbai Coastal Road project, which also has a 2-kilometer long twin tunnel, which is a road tunnel, which is being drilled by the largest diameter TBM of India today. And each of these tunneling projects had huge challenges and a huge learning curve also. I could see today in this conference there are, Mr. Gupta told me there are 6 papers which are being submitted by MMRC. It means that much as learning happened during that tunneling process or the process of creating underground space for Mumbai Metro 3. And that's the point which I want to make. The city has seen the tunneling activity for past more than a decade. Before that also BMC had pioneered in deep water tunnels, but that was not much discussed. But for past 10 years we have been doing tunneling in city, and that itself has increased our confidence. We have become more adept. When we started metro tunneling, there was a lot of noise against it. There was a lot of apprehension, fear whether we can do this tunneling in a safe manner, whether it is really going to work, whether there are going to be cost overruns. But slowly we have adopted that whole process, and the acceptability of tunneling, especially in urban space, has increased over a period of time. Even in Coastal Road Tunnel, we have completed the first section not only in time, but this time we could, our contractors, the consultants, the general consultants, together, and our in-house team together, they thought of turning the TBM in the same launch shaft and start the tunneling, the other tunnel in the reverse direction, and it took not more than 8 to 10 weeks. And today our first breakthrough happened in this January, and in June we have already completed more than 20% of the second tunnel. So this is how the tunneling as a construction methodology has evolved in India, and that too in urban space, and that too in a city like Mumbai, which is otherwise also very challenging. This conference theme is very apt. The underground space, the need of the day. And in a city like Mumbai, which is oversaturated and which is ever demanding for space, because the space is the scarcity here, we have to create space. And going elevated has its own limitations, especially for infrastructure. The growing demand for infrastructure also pushes us to create more space, and only in the underground area we could find that space. And as was mentioned in the opening remarks, there are ample opportunities, so many types of infrastructure which can create underground. Transportation tunnel is one thing, but in cities, as was told earlier, that even for the sewage, for water, this tunnel space is required. But I also say that now we have a need to create, for flood control also we need to create underground space. And Mumbai Municipal Corporation has been trying. Last year also they created some underground pockets, though not very deep, to take care of the flood management, and it helped us. And this year also we plan to expand that kind of activity. But I also see a lot of scope and opportunities for creation of road network underground. I know there are cost and time challenges, but I also know that these challenges could be managed. We could look at these costs and time requirement in a very holistic manner, because cities like Mumbai, which is financial capital of India, it needs to remain relevant not only in next few years or few decades, but for next few centuries. And if we look at the creation of infrastructure to basically make Mumbai relevant for all those centuries, then we need to look at the time and cost aspect of the tunneling in a much different way. While we also look for the temporary solutions or the short-term solutions to solve our infrastructure deficit related problems, we also need to think in long term and parallelly take up those activities. And from that perspective, I think despite this cost and time issues, we have to look at tunneling and underground spaces for all kinds of to remove all kinds of infrastructure deficit, including the road infrastructure. And I also have a strong hope in the whole tunneling process, because of its technology orientation and its automation orientation. Because tunneling is as a human activity, or the underground space as a human activity is there for many centuries. Even the creation of TBM and its evolvement has a history of probably 2 centuries. And it is further increasing. So much of technology is coming into each and every aspect of tunneling. Its predictability has increased. I know the rock structure is an issue. The first keynote address of the IT professor has also talked about it. but nevertheless there would be a lot of technologies available, even the use of AI and ML to understand, to establish the predictability of the ground strata, what kind of settlement would be there. All those things could be very well adopted. The instrumentation has changed. So the technology is something which I have a strong hope in, that would make tunneling more and more manageable, more and more useful for the urban spaces or urban administrators to create better spaces to basically deal with urban issues. And I'm sure the conferences like this, which are focused on this particular theme, will help us basically deliberate on these issues and in fact institute certain kind of research for this and make our cities future ready, because we have to look at tunneling and the cost involved in it as an investment in the future. The cities need to be ready even from the climate resilience point of view, not only to deal with the crowd and deal with the infrastructural requirements or the transportation requirements, but there are so many other aspects which the cities need to deal, and for which the underground spaces as well as tunneling activity is going to be very, very important. And I'm sure this conference itself will make a focus on it, and it will come up with so many new thoughts which would take us to future and make tunneling more useful to all the cities and urban spaces. Thank you so much. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me here and giving me this opportunity to hear from all of you as well as to reach out to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. As you just very clearly mentioned, tunneling has to be an investment for the upcoming future. With that, may I now request Dr. Mangu Singh, President, Tunneling Association of India and Chief Principal Advisor, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation Limited, to kindly present his keynote address.
Sri Srinivas, Commissioner MMRDA and MD MMRC, Sri Anil Kumar Lahoti ji, General Manager Central Railway, my other colleagues and dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, esteemed guests, very, very good morning and congratulations to all of you for being part of this Tunneling Asia conference. I am personally very pleased and happy to see all the known faces in tunneling fraternity, which we are meeting after a gap of about 3 years. As you know, this last 2 years had been very bad, very difficult for all of us, and we could not meet in scheduled time for Tunneling Asia, that was 2021. As you know, this fraternity is very small, and this gives an opportunity, Tunneling Asia gives an opportunity where we all meet. And I have not seen any other conference where almost everybody within the country who is involved in tunneling is gathered and exchange their views. You just heard General Sharma has given overview of tunneling in India and how the tunneling is increasing day by day within the country. I'd like to tell you the advancement in tunneling, and particularly the TBM, in the field of TBM. To a common man, an outsider, it may look as if it's a very, very primitive, very mundane type of technology, but it is actually not so. The development in tunneling, and particularly the TBMs, has been almost similar to the development in IT industry or communication in last 20-30 years. I'd like to share with you the first TBM used in the country in urban area was Calcutta Metro. And many of you may not believe the type of TBM it was. The TBM was a sealed TBM, and the function of TBM was only to provide the soil support from the side, and the excavation phase was protected by the compressed air. So the chamber in the TBM was actually compressed air chamber, and the labor used to go inside and do the excavation under the compressed air scenario. It is similar to caisson sinking or horizontal caisson sinking. So you can visualize the type of technology at that time we used to have. Machine used to simply push once the manual excavation was done, and as you can appreciate, the labor could work only for limited 2-3 hours in that compressed air scenario, and they used to come out. And the final thing which happened there was a lockout. In construction industry you might not have heard lockout, but there was a lockout in Calcutta Metro in construction. And you can appreciate the TBM was stopped. Now, in order to ensure that the phase does not collapse, what is required? This is required to be kept under compressed air pressure throughout work or no work, lockout or no lockout. But this was the scenario. The contractor was asked that they will continue to run compressor, keep this pressure so that the excavation phase is stable. And this went for months together. One day, we really do not know whether contractor tried to save on fuel for running the compressor, or the mechanic concerned, he did some mischief, the compressor was stopped. And the outcome, you can imagine, you are all tunneling people. Can you guess what was the outcome? Can anybody guess? Collapse. And the place where this TBM was deployed, because on the surface there was a lot of habitation, mostly jhuggi type of thing, we were not able to remove them, and that is why the TBM was deployed. And as blessing in disguise, this collapsed, and ultimately that portion was done by cut and cover. So I was just telling you the type of TBM we had just about 30 years back, 30-40 years back. And the today's TBMs are no less than, in technology, no less than an aircraft. You will all appreciate. So this is how the development has happened. So development is happening at a very fast pace, and therefore this type of conference is very handy, very important, so that dissipation of knowledge, the TBM manufacturers, the technology people, the consultants, they come up, they tell how things are happening today. I'll not go into more and more things. I'm fortunate to have witnessed this development, at least within the country, right from Calcutta Metro to Delhi in last 30 years or so, 32 years. I've also seen at least 70 underground stations constructed. Very fortunate, I feel myself. And I am of the opinion that underground construction is more of an experience rather than a bookish solution. You don't get bookish solution anywhere. So more and more you have experience, and more sharing of experience will help in future tunneling. So both technological development and sharing the experience will certainly have really help tunneling, the large scale tunneling which we'll witness in near future. Another small area where I like to touch, the tunneling is different than other works like bridges, viaducts, or any other infrastructure work, where in advance you can exactly know the quantum of work. You can have proper estimation. But as you know, tunneling, this is always a problem. The changed scenario, unforeseen conditions, or whatever you call, these ultimately leads to subjective interpretations and then contractual issues. A lot of attempts has been made in past in the form of dispute resolution board and things like that, but things are still today are of major concern, major contractual issues in tunneling and major delays in tunneling on account of this. I can request you and particularly the consultants, can we have a technological solution to this where we can have sensors to sense these changes and then pre-decided interpretation of those changes, and we can have a contractual arrangement that if this happens, this will be the contractual treatment, commercial adjustment, and therefore avoiding the human intervention and subjective interpretation, which people normally avoid risk of being caught by vigilance, CBI, and things like that. So this is an area where I will request, probably has a potential, and particularly the consultants, they can come up with some solution. So thank you very much for being patient, and I am sure this 2 days conference will be of great help to all of you. I forgot to welcome Mrs. Yan, the President, International Tunneling Association. She has joined online with us, and you will listen to her next. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Singh, for sharing your point of views on how we should have a way forward in a more channeled form. With this, ladies and gentlemen, may we now welcome Mrs. Jenny Yan, who shall be joining us virtually. She is the President, International Tunneling and Underground Space Association. May I now request Mrs. Yan to kindly present her keynote address.
As mentioned by Mr. Sharma at the beginning, India has a large number of tunnels completed, awarded, and under construction yearly, not only including traffic tunnels such as for railway, highway, metro, but also including a very high percentage of tunnels for hydropower and irrigation, which contributes greatly to sustainable development. I'm delighted that Thai ITA's member-nation is very active, not only in ITA, but also very active in India. It's clear that Thai is playing a leading role in promoting new technologies and better application of tunnels and the underground space in India. Even in difficult times of the pandemic, in 2021 alone, Thai organized 13 seminars, workshops, and training programs. Moreover, besides this conference, more than 10 workshops have been organized and planned for this year. I would like to take this opportunity to update you on some ITA activities over the past 3 years. Despite the difficulties, as well as dealing with normal ITA business, we have managed to bring many new things to ITA, such as the side events of the second UN Sustainable Transport Conference, and the cooperation with the UNEP, cooperation with Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank, the Tunneling Week, virtual ITA Awards events, monthly lunchtime lecture series, monthly ESCO meetings, and ITA advisory group. Moreover, we have started to prepare the ITA 50th anniversary celebration, which will be held in 2024. So we have made the most of what we could have been an active situation. None of our activities could have been possible without the joint efforts from the whole ITA family, which is the very force that has moved ITA forward steadily, even in this difficult time. The theme of this conference is underground space, the need of the day. I think this is the perfect thing to stress the importance of our industry. Actually, tunnels and underground spaces have become a part of our daily life. We drink water, which has been transferred by tunnels. We use clean energy generated from hydropower projects, in which tunnels and underground caverns are key components. We use efficient and green metro systems for commuting, and sewage tunnels and underground treatment caverns provide us with a cleaner and better environment. Yes, just like the theme of this conference, underground space is the need of the day. I'm sure that tunnels and underground space will play an even more important role in the UN Sustainable Development Goals 2030. Underground space is the need of the day today, and it will continue to be the need of the day tomorrow. I wish you a very successful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Yan, and thank you for repeatedly mentioning that despite the pandemic, we were able to make the most of the time, and as she rightly said, underground space is the need of the day. With that, may I now request Shri SVR Srinivas, Commissioner MMRDA, Managing Director, Mumbai Metro Rail Corporation, to kindly present the presidential address.
Good morning and a warm welcome to all the dignitaries for this Tunnel Asia 2022. And my dear friends on the dais, including very distinguished personalities like we have with, Dr. Mangu Singh here, and also all the friends from all over the country and abroad who are off the dais. Tunneling is a very old activity, if you remember. It is the first tunnel was in Euphrates Tunnel, which no longer exists. I think it was done to, in fact it was an urban tunnel, they say, because it was supposed to connect, because I read somewhere long back, to connect Babylon, two parts of Babylon under the Euphrates. But that evidence is not found. But however, we had the first tunnel, I think, way back in 1840s. That was the Thames Tunnel of nearly half a kilometer. And today we have come to a stage where we had a latest work being inaugurated in London. That was the Elizabeth Line. That is more than 100 kilometers, which included several tunnels. Right? So we have come a long way. And in this context, it is better to always to remember history, as our senior colleagues have just mentioned. Like Mangu Singh, he mentioned about Calcutta experiences and other experiences. Because in the context of history, how the technology evolving, how the engineering is evolving, I think I feel tunneling is actually the hardcore hard knocks work of any structure that we can do, except maybe a core of a nuclear reactor maybe. Even that is perhaps a little easier. And secondly, many of us don't realize that TBMs or even a metro rail, for example, in terms of technology, is no less than an aircraft. Except due to escape velocity, it cannot fly. It has all the complexity on aircraft. In fact, aircraft is easier because once you have an aircraft, you can fly in any aeroplane, in any airport. But if you get a metro rail, I think you have to see the track and you have to do the S&T based on the track. So it's a software oriented. Leave that aside for a moment. The theme of the conference, as we exploit the third dimension of space, is very appropriate, and the sub-themes that have been included are very, very interesting. One is about the geotech design, which is very, very fundamental foundation of tunnel engineering. And secondly, I am happy that it has also been mentioned to have considered to have a workshop, a session on financing part, including insurance, including contracts, and the FIDIC, EPC. I think a lot of new suggestions should come. Some of them have just been articulated, but some of them have to be thought through so that easy decision making is made, especially in public bodies. Because whenever, especially in urban areas, a lot of issues come up. And third is regarding the special equipment, especially about, of course, TBMs. And coming to TBMs, there is, of course, a lot of advancement has already taken place. But one thing one can discuss during these 2 days is the better assembly line. Assembly line meaning the back-end wiring and to achieve a speed of about, let us say, about 100 feet or more per day. The speed becomes very, very important because the delay is there for whatever reasons, the more the cost. So the better assembly line in terms of production techniques, in terms of back-end wiring, and the conveyor systems, what we call, they become very, very important. I think a little time may please be spared on this, because the rest of it is all going on quite well. If we say a lot of things have been achieved, and two things that can also be considered during discussions can be the one, muck handling is where not substantial progress has taken place compared to the rest of the tunneling work, and secondly the ring launching, where a lot of improvements can still be done. All other aspects we had tremendous growth in terms of the speed, in terms of safety, and in terms of production, in terms of constructability, and a lot of innovative solutions have come. So that becomes very important. And last point is regarding urban work. As a practitioner of urban sector infrastructure for the last about a little more than 2 decades, I have found urban tunneling becomes the future, if not the future, because for simple reason that world is becoming urbanized. And if you take a state of Maharashtra, where we are today, if we include the floating population, 50% of the population is urban already, if not more. And a lot of work is going to happen in urban areas. And in urban setting, as we know, in fact, Direct MD DMRC was asking us to note it. In fact, we are handling it for a long time, and rightly so, that urban areas come with a lot of rehabilitation issues. And once you start doing something, some building is there, it may be a 10-story, 20-story structure, it can be a small pawn shop also. But these are all leading to livelihood issues, right? So urban areas have very typical problems, and they have to be taken care of, and during the planning process itself, not during construction. Construction, of course, unforeseen we can always do, but planning becomes very, very important, because what I had seen in the last few decades is 2 decades, is that if you don't do planning in advance, the cost of the project and the time taken increases substantially, and our existing contracts have to go through that what was mentioned as that dispute resolution board, etc., etc. So this is very, very important, to do planning properly, especially in urban sector. And lastly, the focus should also be on, of course, there's I think one or two couple of papers about IT applications. My colleague Mrs. Bide has mentioned about artificial intelligence and how to predict the strata, etc. That is a very, very important. And last but not the least, I would like to just mention right now what MMRDA is doing, a lot of projects. But for those of you, since you are engineers, one thing I would like to mention specifically is the Mumbai Trans-Harbour Link, where tunnels are not there definitely, but some engineering marvels are taking place. So some of you, if you are interested, we can arrange a visit there also, where we have new techniques which is being done for the first time in India regarding on the lines of new types of pathways, new types of steel structures being done in terms of stressing of the steel, etc. So, with especially in terms of long span bridges. Now, about tunnels, of course, we are doing a lot of tunnels here in Mumbai, as already been mentioned, but we are also doing water tunnels. In fact, before the end of this year, the Vasai Virar Municipal Corporation, which is the fastest growing urban agglomeration in India, the growth rate is almost 70%, which is highest ever in Indian urban history, is going to get water supply through tunnels. So one of them has been completed just about, and the end of the year will be giving water supply to them. So, and we are also doing through tunnels through Parsec Hills. A lot of structures are going on, but I believe such workshops are always most welcome. In fact, when Mr. S.K. Gupta mentioned that there is a conference on this and we should participate, I immediately agreed, because it's ultimately a learning experience for all of us, and all of us as engineers should be continuous learners. I am sure these couple of days a lot of knowledge churning will take place, and I am sure we'll be coming out with solutions that have been mentioned. And a warm welcome to all of you to Mumbai once more, and thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. With that, may I now request our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Anil Kumar Lahoti, General Manager, Central Railway, to kindly present the inaugural address. Can we have a warm round of applause, please?
Dr. Mangu Singh, Shri SVR Srinivasan, Commissioner MMRDA, Shri Vikas Kumar, MD DMRC, Ms. Ashwini Bide, Lieutenant General Suresh Sharma, other dignitaries on the dais and off dais, all participants in the seminar, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed my privilege to be here in this conference and addressing this august gathering, for which I thank the organizers and also congratulate them for choosing a very apt topic for this conference, that is underground space, the need of the day. The topic has very high relevance in the context of current massive thrust on infrastructure development in India as also around the world, be it for transportation, hydropower, water supply, sewage and drainage, or such other infrastructure. Given the focus on development of infrastructure and limitations of land space available in urban areas, there is need to have cost-effective, environment-friendly, and technically sound underground development. The world population was estimated at 7.5 billion people in 2017, with anticipated growth to 10 billion people by 2050. there are already 22 cities with population of 10 to 20 million people and 34 cities with population between 5 and 10 million people. The global trend of urbanization and industrialization has caused migration from rural areas to cities, as Mr. Srinivasan also mentioned regarding the Virar-Vasai urban area. Mega cities are growing in population. The number of mega cities is increasing. India already has 48 cities with more than 1 million population, and the numbers are growing. And we also have mega cities like Mumbai and Delhi. As a result of socio-economic development and migration of population to urban areas, the need for infrastructure and transportation facilities is ever increasing. Therefore, the need of the hour is development and adoption of latest technology in tunneling and underground space utilization. India is one of the fastest growing workspace, as many of my previous speakers have said, for tunneling and underground construction. Major drivers are railways, highways, metro, hydropower, urban utility, and underground caverns for crude oil storage projects. Government of India is laying a major thrust in urban transport and also for connectivity in mountainous terrains of northeastern and northern region in Himalayas. For both of these category of projects, tunneling is playing a major role. According to right in the beginning, Mr. Suresh Sharma said, about 2,300 kilometers have already been constructed in India, and about 1,300 kilometer tunnels are under construction. Majority of these tunnels are in transportation sector, and out of that, the majority is in railway and also metro. Railway sector was also among the first to utilize tunnels for connectivity. The example is Summit Tunnel in Yorkshire, which was constructed around 1840 and is said to be one of the world's oldest railway tunnels. Railways and highways also need large diameter tunnels. Indian Railways have commissioned a long transportation tunnel of 11.2 km length across Pir Panjal range and are also constructing other long tunnels in Himalayas, which includes a 12 km long tunnel in northeastern area and the recently completed T49 in Sumber area, which is about 12.8 kilometers length. However, tunneling in urban setting presents a number of unique challenges, as my previous speakers have said. An urban worksite poses the challenge of construction near the operational roadways and utilities, many times shallow ground cover, potentially soft or mixed ground conditions, existing or abandoned structures and foundations, and network of wet and dry utilities which are to be crossed through, besides the challenge of overhead structures while doing tunneling. The space constraint in urban setting also magnifies the challenge to avoid displacement or damage to adjacent facilities, structures, and utilities. The cut and cover construction has its own limitations in terms of feasible depth, its impact on traffic, utility relocation, and also effect on the socio-economic activity of the area, and also adverse effect on the quality of life of the surrounding habitants in terms of noise, dust, and vibration. These challenges can be addressed with carefully designed tunneling and use of prudent excavation and support sequencing, ground improvement, instrumentation, and monitoring. With a risk mitigated approach during the design phase and the use of latest technologies, tunneling has proven successful in complex urban settings. As Mr. Mangu Singh elaborately explained, recent advances in tunneling technology, improvement in safety, efficiency in implementation, better risk management, and the ability to build large diameter tunnels in more complex geology enable the construction of many newer underground facilities that were previously either not possible or were having high risk. There are now several manufacturers of TBM, including for large size tunnels. Varied types of cutting techniques are available for different underground strata and ground conditions. Now it is possible that the high-speed rail in India is thinking of constructing 13-meter diameter tunnel wherein both the tracks will be passing through the same tunnel, which is quite different from the practice in metro where tunnel is constructed separately for each track. The advancement in underground space utilization is linked to advancement in tunneling technique. Creation of space for utilities and facilities like metro stations have been possible with advancement in NATM, which made creation of large underground space possible at great depths. As Mr. Mangu Singh mentioned, and also the MD DMRC mentioned, the metro stations like Chowdi Bazaar in Delhi have been possible with these technologies only. Tunneling and underground construction also pose its challenge in terms of ventilation and fire safety. It's heartening to note that a session in this seminar is devoted to these important aspects. Coupled with this is another important aspect of disaster management in underground spaces, which also needs to be deliberated with the emerging challenges in the current security scenario. It is also significant that a session in the seminar is devoted to tendering and contract, which is so very important and elaborately explained by Dr. Mangu Singh for a successful execution of the projects. I find very interesting papers on a large variety of subjects concerning tunneling and underground space have been listed in the technical sessions. I am sure the deliberations will provide a good insight to the participants to the emerging challenges and technologies which will help the tunneling and underground construction sector in meeting the requirements of economic growth. With this, I wish all the participants of the seminar success in their endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As you rightly said, for a risk-mitigated approach, tunneling has time and again proved successful. With that, may I now request Shri S.K. Gupta, Co-Chairman Organizing Committee and Director Projects, Mumbai Metro Rail Corporation Limited, to kindly present a memento to our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Anil Kumar Lahoti, General Manager, Central Railway. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a warm round of applause? May I now request Shri S.K. Gupta again to kindly present a memento to Shri S.V.R. Srinivas, Commissioner MMRDA, Managing Director, Mumbai Metro Rail Corporation Limited. Sir, can you also kindly present a memento to Dr. Mangu Singh, President, Tunnelling Association of India and Chief Principal Advisor, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation Limited. May we now present a memento to Ms. Ashwini Bhire, Additional Municipal Commissioner, BMC. May I now request Shri Gupta to kindly present a memento to Shri Vikas Kumar, Managing Director, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation Limited. request, sir, to kindly present a memento to Lieutenant General Suresh Sharma, PVSM AVSM, Senior Vice President, Tunneling Association of India. Thank you, sir. With that, may I now request Shri A.K. Dinkar to kindly present a memento to Shri S.K. Gupta, Co-Chairman Organizing Committee and Director Projects, Mumbai Metro Rail Corporation Limited. Sir, may I also request you to kindly present a memento to Shri Ashwin Moge, ICI Mumbai Chapter and Vice President, Ultratech Cement. Thank you, sir. With that, may I now request Shri S.K. Gupta, Co-Chairman Organizing Committee and Director Projects, Mumbai Metro Rail Corporation Limited, to kindly present the vote of thanks.
Respected Shri Anil Kumar Lahoti ji, Shri S.V.R. Srinivas, Mrs. Jenny Yen, Dr. Mangu Singh, Mrs. Ashwini Bide, Shri Vikas Kumar, Professor Mahendra Singh, Lieutenant General Suresh Sharma, and Shri Ashwin Moge, and other dignitaries on dais and off the dais. It's my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks in this inaugural session of this important international conference, Tunneling Asia 2022. On the theme Underground Space, the Need of the Day, organized by the Tunneling Association of India, Central Board of Irrigation and Power, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation and Mumbai Metro Rail Corporation, as well as my Indian Concrete Institute. We are honored that despite preoccupation, Shri Lahoti, GM Central Railway, took out time to accept our request to be the chief guest and address this August gathering. His inaugural address focused on environmental friendly sustainable development of underground infrastructure project and infrastructure requirement of mega cities, which are the need of the day. This has set the tone for deliberation of the conference. We are deeply indebted to you, sir. We convey our special thanks to Mrs. Jenny, President, International Tunneling and Underground Space Association, who has very kindly agreed to participate on virtual mode and address the August gathering, and remembering her stay in Mumbai on an earlier conference. We are also honored by the presence of Shri S.V.R. Srinivas, Metropolitan Commissioner MMRDA and Managing Director Mumbai Metro Rail Corporation, for sharing his perspective. Our gratitude to Dr. Mangu Singh, President Tunneling Association of India and ex-MD DMRC, and as well as Chief Principal Advisor, for sharing his valuable experience with the participant and also technical advancement taken place in the field. My special thanks is due to Mrs. Ashwini Bide, Shri Vikas Kumar, Professor Mahendra Kumar, Lieutenant General Suresh Sharma, for sharing their respective perspectives, and also Shri Ashwin Moge for their presence to join the conference. We express our deep gratitude for their participation. Through this platform, the TAI, CBIP, DMRC, MMRCL and ICI, the presentations by national and international experts on different topics on the subjects which will help in the dissemination of knowledge more effectively for the sustainable development of tunnel and underground space for the different purposes in the country. We are thankful for their contribution. The organization of the event of such magnitude requires a lot of financial support. I take this opportunity to express our deep gratitude to the management of sponsoring organization, Mrs. Lombardi and CISO, SJVNL, NOMAT, Bajaj Reinforcement, Beckert, strong engineers, PMS, Stivols, J. Kumar, Argentium, Elcom, L&T, AECOM, Tata Steel, SCC, Kasturi, Duraflex, Steel Fibers, CAC, Fosrock, Dosh Soma, Ultratech, ITD Cementation and Tata Projects, without whose support it would not have been possible to put up such a mega show. On behalf of the organization, I convey my sincere thanks to all of them. Last but not the least, I would like to thank all the guests and participants who have come all the way to attend this conference for their presence and active participation during the proceedings. My special thanks to the TI team and my own team, MRCL team, for successfully organizing this conference, without whose sincere and dedicated efforts it would not have been possible. Thank you all once again, and have a wonderful experience and exposure in this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, may we now rise for the national anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you, everybody. And before we break for tea, which shall last for 20 minutes, may I quickly inform you all that today evening we shall also be hosting the TAI award function, which shall happen in the same hall here, followed by a cultural evening and dinner. I request you all to kindly join us today evening for the same. Thank you so much. And now we shall break for tea for the next 20 minutes, and then we come back here. Thank you.
check, check, hello, hello, check, check, hello, दो माइक में दिक्कत कर रहा हूँ, check. Check, hello, hello, check, check. Huh? Check, check, hello, hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, hello, check, check. Check, hello, hello, check. Check, check, hello. दोनों hello. Check, hello, hello, check, check, hello. ठीक है? Hello, check.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request you all to kindly join us back so that we can now commence with the plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please be seated? We shall now be commencing with the plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request everyone to kindly please place their mobile phones in silent mode, please. We shall soon be commencing with the first session for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a quick announcement. May I request everyone to kindly take their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request everyone to kindly proceed towards their seats. We shall soon be commencing with the plenary session. Can I please have everyone's kind attention? Ladies and gentlemen, may I request everyone to kindly proceed towards their seats. We shall soon be commencing with the plenary session. May I request everyone to kindly please have their mobile phones in silent mode and proceed towards their designated seats. The sooner we proceed, the sooner we begin. So please can I have everyone's kind attention? Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we now come towards the plenary session. May I request everyone to kindly please remain seated and please have your mobile phones in silent mode. The plenary session shall now commence. We have Dr. Mangu Singh, President, Tunnelling Association of India and Chief Principal Advisor, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation Limited, as the chair for the session. And we have Harold Wagner, expert member, IT's Executive Council, consultant scholar, advisor for underground infrastructures, as the co-chair. May I request our chair and co-chair to kindly join us on stage and take their seats on the dais. And may I request all the delegates and esteemed dignitaries to kindly please take their seats. We are now going to start with the plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a final request to everyone. Aside, can we please have everyone seated?
That's the problem. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can I have your attention? Can I have your attention, please? We are a little short of time. Earlier you settle down, we begin. Chair and co-chair for the session are already on the dais. So please settle down fast. Maybe we can start now? Okay.
Thank you. We are already late, so I request once again to settle down and let us start this plenary session. There are interesting presentations are lined up in this session. Like school. I once again request to please settle down. And those who are talking, either they go out and talk, otherwise they are disturbing others. Please, all those standing on the behind, either settle down or go out. So there are 5 presentations and lined up. We are having about just 1 hour and 5 minutes left with us. So I propose 10 minutes each speaker for presenting their paper, and then we can have some question answers towards the end. So without wasting further time, I invite first speaker, which is online, Global Tunneling Update and Innovations, Dr. Jenny from China. Is she available online?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, yes. May I request Madam to wrap up in next 1 or 2 minutes? I'm sorry to intervene. Thank you very much, Dr. Jenny, for very informative and interesting presentation. We move to the next presentation. MMRCL experience in creating underground space for the construction of Line 3 in Mumbai by Mr. S.K. Gupta, Director, MMRCL.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll share our experiences and some of the project photograph in carrying out this 33.5 kilometer fully underground line, which has got 26 underground stations, and with a design capacity of 72,000 PHPDT, which is highest in India. It will connect important origination destination in Mumbai and would have influence zone of 3 million population. As most of you would know, that Mumbai was once archipelago of 7 islands, and land reclamation over a period of time gives it its present form. So that's how it looks today. You can see it's a tapered topography with water body sea on 3 sides, and that's how the bluish color shows the reclamations and the darker color shows the parent ground, and that's how the alignment lies on this topography. So it crisscrosses the reclaimed part and also on the parent part. The line 3 passes through densely populated areas, congested part of the Mumbai city and suburb, and it's practically impossible to have tunnels passing directly underneath or proximity in heritage building, old building, high-rise infra, flyover, metro viaduct, and railway lines. And it's in many pockets it's close to sea coast, sea line, or we are below a water body also. Because of such limitations and to efficiently serve the origination and destination, this line has a disproportionately higher component of NETM. This is where probably we become different than other metros in the country, and primarily to minimize on RNR and also have lesser effect on the human activity. In opening session also, Mr. Srinivas said that livelihood is important. You can't dislocate people at will. 7 out of 26 underground stations have platforms or other areas by NETM. 2 Caesar crossovers have been constructed by widening of TBM tunnels by NETM. And for the same reason of the topography, many of our tunnel drives are long. They were long, with components of drive-through and drag-through to the station. Some of the photographs that would show how these stations sit on the topography. You can see the old part. So out of many challenges and successes today, when we have completed 99% of the tunneling and 82% of the civil infra, I would say that some key component are RNR, plantation, social issues, tunneling by TBM, and large scale NETM tunneling in an urban project. These the points I would cover. So 2,807 odd people were affected, not people, the units were affected, and these were the type of situations. And the slum dwellers were moved to SRA buildings. You see a person sitting, the type of houses they were given, and these are the buildings in which they were relocated. So these guys, these people willingly moved to these settlements. That was one of the reasons for us to quickly get these areas, and that's how we are bringing back people, those who are dislocated, to their own place. So we are building multi-story buildings, 119 meter high, 155 meter high, and one is 70 meter high. And these commercial and residential establishments which are dislocated, and we are paying to them for this period, they will come back. Even though all these measures were taken, it took quite some time to convince people to move out and to make space. Another one is plantation. If you see, we are affecting 6,377 odd trees, either by felling or by transplantation. But how many trees did we do plantation? 35,000 odd. So luckily we have Sanjay Gandhi National Park. We did a lot of plantation in the Sanjay Gandhi National Park through the forest department, and so quite a lot of plantation, because Mumbai is quite sensitive to the environment concerns. Some of the photographs. Our success rate for transplantation was above 45%. I'm not aware of these statistics at other city, but these trees were entangled into utilities and road and stone and all. So the survival rate, I don't know whether it is a fair survival at 45%, but that was the survival we monitored. The tunneling technique that we deployed, which are TBM, NETM, and bottom-up construction, and also the widening of TBM tunnel by NETM to create platforms and crossovers. We had 17 machines, different type machines, different manufacturers. Practically all major manufacturers supplied their machine. And also the slurry machines we had, and Dr. Cheney spoke about handling of material from slurry machines, and we had this problem. Slurry machines, we find it difficult to handle. We have shortage of professional to handle these machines. The long drives, in certain pockets, they go all through the whole stretch of one package. You enter at one end and you only exit at the other end. Because there is no way in between to handle the logistics of everyday feeding material or to take out the material. That's the type of rock topography, if you can see, rock crop. And that's how our finished tunnels are. The challenges, some of them are routine, like in narrow areas, how to handle long trailers every day, how to take machines, mixed geology, tunneling close to sea, open mode versus closed mode. We have done a lot of tunneling with open mode. And average production that we achieved, long-term average production that we achieved with the machine, right from the insertion to withdrawal, is 5 to 6 meters per day. That's long term. Even though we achieved someday, we would achieve even more than 8 rings, that is 12 meters, but that's long term average in Mumbai condition. Key lesson is selection of machine and selection of key management team. I have been telling this in all forums that these make detrimental influence on the progress and also the outcome. Second is, as I said earlier, our experience of operating EPBM with plant, centrifugal plant, was not satisfactory. And long-term support from the TBM manufacturer would come handy. Not to say that some manufacturers are better than others, but in my experiences, penny wide would end up to be pound foolish for sure. We have 7 packages across 33.5 kilometer, and we have all the type of experiences. In stations, we did NETAM and in crossovers. These are the type of situations we were to deal. You can see the heritage and a little space. Component of it is taken for open cut, and remaining portion goes below the building. So you can see the cross section of the station. That's Hutatma Chowk, the type of rock. We did control blasting. We did thousands of blasting over there. That's Kalva Devi. The photograph does not clearly show what type of complicated situation it is. But that's a look from the top. We have 2-3 pockets, K1, K2, K3, through which we go down, and then we do mining. So this station is also taking shape now with the permanent lining, and we have a presentation on Kalva Devi station, so I would not go into much details. But the photographs speak for themselves. Grant Road, another station of the type. You can see the cross section also of this station. The geology was so bad that the extent of strut to control settlement around, because the buildings are just on the head, and if there is a settlement, what would happen to these old buildings? So the extent of structural support that we had to create to control the settlement was very extensive. So we have 7 stations like this out of 26. Other stations are also no less complicated, looking to the Mumbai conditions. One station next to flyover, we have a presentation during the course of the time on this station also. Marol, we have a metro viaduct, we have 2 blocks on either side of the metro viaduct, and we have 2 platforms widened by NETAM. And we face a water body here. So I don't know from where the water was coming, but there were a lot of ingress of water. So crossovers, we have done 2 crossovers we initially did the tunneling by TBM and then widened the space, merged the space by NETM. Another crossover which has got a variable cross section. So other than green line, everything else is a TBM tunnel widened to different cross sections to create a crossover. The tunnels were 32 meters apart, and it was not possible to create one cross section. In this location, we also have a presentation on this. In this location, we have used fiber reinforced concrete for permanent lining. That's probably sir first in urban metro. These are some of the finished tunnel you can see. A lot of buildings were to be supported because heritage is too precious. Finials were supported, loose members were supported. Some of the learnings. I would say it's a wonderful project, probably one of the most difficult urban projects. First item is related to the government basically. They should not look into the complexity of R&R, land acquisition, other permissions, the litigations. To fix 5 years or 6 year time for a project like this is not done. Probably you put a lot of pressure and then question people why project is getting delayed. The timeline in the first course is wrong. Secondly, another problem that we face is presently, maybe sir ITA can take it up. Presently, there are no defined noise level for construction activities. When the construction happens next to the building, and that too in a rocky condition, there's a lot of resentment, and we are not covered by the law. So I think the government needs to define permissible levels by law. Thirdly, the public these days is very sensitive for their personal convenience. They want to have their sleep. They would not like you to disturb their sleep. So very difficult to take round the clock work in residential area. In such circumstances, how to finish works in 5-6 years? Then another important point for all construction engineer versus design engineer, I would say substantial amount of safety must be achieved by design. I have been saying this in earlier conference also, that designs cannot be minimal. They must leave some space for a construction, glitch. It cannot be so frugal. And once the design is, maybe the contractors press the designers to give a frugal design, your own construction team and your own project is put to risk. And we did take some measures which is resented by the contractor. Second is NETM is a good option for underground space in congested sensitive environment. But the geology should be conducive, otherwise excessive ground settlement could be a problem. So we were lucky in Mumbai that we had a rocky geology and we could control, even with the reclaimed land, we could control settlement. Finally, in this slide, while the codes permit different level of blasting, but what human can bear? When you are existing next to their windows, they are living there. 2.54 millimeter per second PPV we found that it's tolerable. Anything more than that will be resented by people. And it's fair, it's possible to do a reasonable pace of construction because excavation is not the only element. You have to remove material, you have to transport material. So why blast with a large capacity? It's a doable option.
Please try to.
We have done more than 55 kilometers of tunneling by TBM and excess amount of NETM in difficult Mumbai city conditions, and thousands of controlled blasts have been safely carried out in this area. I take this opportunity to compliment all the stakeholders, professionals, contractors, officials, consultants for making this achievable. Thank you very much. Thank you.
thanks Mr. Gupta for giving so much detail in very limited time. Very interesting. I think very lot to learn from the experience of Mumbai Line Train. May I now request Mr. Daljit Singh to present on challenges and issues in execution of Delhi Metro Phase 3 and Phase 4.
Good afternoon to everybody. I'll be just wrapping up the challenges of phase 3 and 4 in just 10 minutes. I don't know how it will be wrap up in that way, but I'll try to do that way. Just before starting that, I'll give you the Delhi Metro, how it has shaped from in 25 years. We have in the initial stage of Delhi Metro, the master plan made in 4 phases of 400 kilometer, and if in phase 1, which is comprising of 65 kilometer, we have completed in 7 years, 2.5 years before schedule. It was scheduled for 10 years because we were not knowing in the phase way, and we have completed before time. The second phase, some of the problems or challenges we have faced in phase 1 is incorporated in that way, and we try to optimize that way. And in phase 2, another big kilometer, 125 kilometer, then we have also completed in 5 years, just you can say more than double and less time, because experience we have taken in phase 1. Now coming to the phase 3, one of the biggest challenges I can say, that's kilometer wise, just you can see if you add phase 1 and phase 2 is 190 kilometer, 65 and 125, and time we can say just 8 years. Completing this 190 kilometer in 8 years, as Gupta was mentioning that in planning stage, but we have owing that we had to do that part because we had to give the metro to the city immediately, what is needed. And the another phase 4, the challenges what we have experienced in phase 3, we have now incorporated in the tender stages also, and the documents, so that the same problem we have faced in phase 3 should not repeat in phase 4. We have another 160 kilometer, 6 lines as on date. 3 lines are sanctioned, comprising of 65 kilometer, that is under progress, and 3 is still to be sanctioned. This is just route kilometer. This is the phase 1, blue color. The green, the phase 2, 125 kilometer. The magenta line, this is a phase 3 comprising 125 kilometer, 190 kilometer. This is the network expansion which has taken during last 25 years. Started with journey 65, then phase to 190, 390. That includes also the airport express line, and with the 106 we are expecting will 486, which is going to be 5th largest, rather 4th largest in the world, leaving behind 3 cities of China. The challenges faced during Delhi Metro in the various phases, if you divide in 4 phases, we have all different challenges. I'll just giving the short in phases. Since there was no expertise for doing the tunneling, we have gone with 100% relied on the expatriates, and even the manpower, it was not trained When the second run also we have gone through the expatriates. Then we have in-house except for Kolkata Metro, we have no indigenous technology, and that is also primitive, as Dr. Mangu Singh was mentioned that way. Then third, once this is the first time which was happening in Delhi, and the awareness is required. We have done a lot awareness. Usually the previous one, nobody was caring for the customers, the commuters, and the road users. What are the challenges they are going to face? What are the things? What is happening? That we have given extensive awareness to all the users and the sufferers which are going to happen in that area. In the phase 2, what are the challenges we have seen in the phase 1? We have slightly incorporated, and for the optimization of the cost and the time, we have just done away with the expatriates and you can say, form. We have engaged our people, the learning which we have learned from the phase 1, and gone with the in-house construction so that the cost can be reduced. Then training the new recruited manpower. We have already the people those who have been trained in phase 1, we have used that part, and since it was 125 kilometers, again the huge manpower is required, and it was a really challenge for us also. And then during this period, the manuals and the contract documents were made, which was not any documents. We have tried to, and the same documents, this was slightly helpful for other metros all over the India. The phase 3, I'll just give some of the highlights. One was the introduction of the Land Acquisition Act, LARA 2003. Before that, it was the acquisition through a compulsory. 1894 or 96, I'm not remembering, that compulsory we can acquire the land, but with introduction of this LARA, which was slightly very difficult, I can say, to acquisition of the private land, we have faced that part. Then during this period, there was many contractors has non-performed due to their inefficient infusion of the liquidities and diversion fund to the other projects. Then as a result of above, the arbitration cases and delays has occurred. Then during this period, 2016, the stricter strict environment guidelines was there, and it has, due to this atmospheric pollution and the sound, we had to stop at the many period, especially in Delhi when the winter season or the summer season where the dust is high. And this also the manpower, the machine mobilization. I can just deliberate the later part. We have constructed 190 kilometers. You can imagine the manpower, the machines, TBMs, all cranes, other things required is huge. The things which we have faced in phase 4, we have incorporated in phase 4. And again, right now, we are undergoing in phase 4, one of the challenges we are facing through this activist, the environment, which although faced in the previous, but here as a result we are facing for the last 2 years the forest clearance and other tree cutting permission. And of course during these 2 years also suffered a lot on account of this COVID pandemic. This I'll give you just an overview of the phase 3, 190 kilometer as mentioned, station 107 kilometer, number of the contracts 47. The number of TVNs at one stage, so 34 kilometer, one of the biggest as mentioned that way. The RCC used 36 lakh cubic meter. Enforcement used 6 lakhs metric ton. This is a huge. I'll give you just the phases in slightly in detail. First and foremost, the planning and the management issue which we have faced. As you mentioned, this 190 kilometer, and out of that, this TBM required was 34 TBMs, and you can imagine for running these TBMs you required huge manpower, machinery, and the backup. That was one of the biggest challenge, and this LARA 13, the Land Acquisition Act, as I mentioned that way. Then third was the environment guidelines, as you told just now, the management of the contracts. This was the most difficult we have faced due to non-performance of the contractors, due to diversion of the funds and the arbitration cases. I'll just now dividing these challenges in two parts. The challenges which you have already seen during the starting phases, and as a result we have optimized things in the design stage itself so that it can be done in a smooth way. First and foremost, I'll give you some of the examples. We have constructed one of the stations, INA, interchange station. There was station already there, and interchange station we have not contemplated in the initial stages. As a result, for making a interchange station, we had to make a retrofitting, and for retrofitting and from the convenience from the commuter, it has to be closer to the existing stations. There are two options we were left, that either we had to give construct the station underneath of the existing stations. If we'll go with the underneath of the operated station, it is going to be somewhere 26 meter, which will be inconvenience and it will not be cost effective. To take care of the above problems, we have slightly gone just above the already operated commission line 2 stations, and we have, since it was having 7 meter only the cover, we have managed to do the tunneling just above the existing tunnel with just a cover of 1.05 meter. And all these challenges which we were knowing that we are going to face incorporated in the design itself or during the construction states, and we have successfully able to do. Just I can give the isometric view of this. The lower one is the operation tunnel, and top is the station, and we have gone with the soil stabilization on the top so that there is an upheave of tunnel should not take place, and we have successfully done this construction. This is the section. Here we have gone with a platform over the tunnel, and the concourse was dumbbell shaped with on the split in those sides, and we have properly integrated. It is not 100% I can say there is a proper integration, but we have tried as is possible with the existing conditions. The second challenges which were not predicted during the initial stage during our the data which we have collected in the planning stage. First and foremost was the land acquisition. As you mentioned that LARA has already in place the Land Acquisition Act, and we are not allowed to have a compulsory acquisition, that we have to just negotiate with the end user. And in the initial stages when we have invited tender, we have gone with a layout. As you can see, the two parts, the land in the yellow is the private land, and the right side is the government land, and once we have started the work based on this proposed land, we were comfortable and we were going with this equation. But the later part, when Lara comes into the picture, it was very difficult, and all the planning, everything was going as per the tenders drawings. But since private player was not in the favor of doing, and the court, it has gone to the court and he has not agreed to this. As a result, in midway, you can imagine that we had to accommodate everything within this, the pink, because this is the only land available. We cannot do the levels also, because on both the tunnels it has reached more or less to the nearest during this period when the fight was going against the equation period. And we are managed this station within the length of 151 meter, which is one of the shortest station, I can say. And since there was a cover available of 6 meter just above that way, we have, instead of going 3 level, just we have accommodated this, all the backup houses within this 6 meter of this covers, and we have done it very successfully. You can just see the 3 levels.
Daljit, I know it's difficult to, it's such a vast subject, phase 3 and phase 4, all the problems. Please wind up in next 2 minutes or so.
Sorry. Sir, the second one, again, as Mr. Tali, I cannot wrap up in small 10 minutes. The one station was the line, sorry, from the Shalimar, sorry, Azadpur to Mukundpur stations. And we have, in the planning stage, we have done extensive boring of this geotechnical investigation, geophysical also, and there was hardly, there is no rock was available during this geotechnical investigation, and the contractor has gone with the EPB soil. But during the operation of tunneling from Azadpur towards the, you can see that Mukundpur, suddenly we have come across where one rock of 30 meter, just a isolated piece of, just you can see one rock mass of 35 meter, and this TBM was not meant for this rock, as it is stuck in that way, and this has stuck just underneath one of the Gurdwara and 4 big multi-story building, and we have no option, but we have tried a lot to do with all different methods to resolve that, but we are not able to do. As at last we have gone with the converting this area just above this into a emergency excavation, shaft, and they were negotiated private players and the Gurdwara people to relocate the other station, and we have done the TVM, we have taken out the TVM from this only, and we have done successfully. I cannot wrap up in 10 minutes, so that's why very difficult I can say. You can see this is the dense area where the Gurdwara, where this has stuck up. This is the retrieval shaft we have made. All along, all sides, these buildings are there, and we are able to do the retrieval of 4 TBMs. Then next challenge was the construction of the cross passage between the ashram, the Hazrat Nizamuddin station. During this section is comprising of 4 cross passages as with the tender requirement, and we have initially when we are constructing one cross passage with the conventional NATM, we were not able to do that due to frequent face collapse encountered due to huge ingress of water, and in between during our again innovative solution we have gone with the one box pushing method. It is one of the first, I can say, we have done in India. We have precast the elements in, just you may see that in box pushing precast elements are there, and other excavation with just a conventional we used to do by soil stabilization. Here we have done, I am just enumerating the various stages, the soil stabilization behind the reaction frame, grid wise, dam grounding, all this being done. But when box pushing, we have just by pushing we are able to sustain the overhead, and we have done very successfully. Then this is the lesson learned from the phase 3 works. I can say we have seen that we have gone with the conventional soil investigation. We should now go with the intensive geophysical investigation, even for the all inaccessible location, so that it should not be repeated, especially in inhabited area. There should be a provision of agreement for technical logistics of consumables from the TBM OEMs, because we have faced a lot the phase 3 that TBMs, they have purchased buyback. There was no technical support from the OEM. As a result, they faced a lot of problem. In the same the challenges we have faced, later part I'll just give you the phase 4 also. Cross passage, I mentioned that we have gone with this box pushing. Then we have planning for interchange station should be integrated, as we have seen that INA we are not able to do it. In the phase 4 also we have learned and incorporated the same thing. Then launching of retrieval shaft should be located at the government land, so that it is not be possible for the court cases and the others thing. And all the documents drawing which is we are executing should be digitized, so that same things can be used for the later part. And we should try to do the integration of structure in the first way also. The phase 4, just to mention, only 3 corridors are there, 65 kilometers. We are expecting 18 TBMs we have planned. The challenges we have facing in phase 4, as you enumerated, that we have just started the work except 3 phases which are yet to come. Then we have whatever we have learned in phase 3, we have all incorporated our experience in phase 4. Just I'll enumerate. The conventional, the survey of topography, we have slightly improved by going with a drone survey, and drone survey has advantages, just is listed below. In second, we have slightly gone in a detailed geotechnical investigation. In the phase 3 and previous also, we have gone with a conventional and slightly the geophysical, but not intensive. Here we have advanced geophysical approach we have gone. We have gone in phase 4 with the seismic methods like SRTs, reflection and refraction, GPR, the acoustic method, electrical resistivity methods. Then in utility investigation also, the experience what we have seen, I have gone, usually used to do the trial trenching and the data collected from the utility agencies. Here slightly we have gone a little bit ahead, and we have followed the subsurface utility engineering. This is the approach. There is a sequence of doing the utility trenching. First is the visual inspection, just the second, then we approach the civic agencies to have their, if data they have, and the third, extensive geophysical investigations, and the last and foremost is the geotechnical investigation. This is the subsurface utility engineering. The quality D is, as you mentioned, the information just by seeing then records. B, it is C, just by surveying and visible ground utility by using judgments. Then B, not C, sorry, here, through geophysical, the GPRs, SRT, RT, and the last, the geotechnical. Then what we have faced in ashram and others, we have gone with a slightly minimizing the length of the station, so that at least
you can close it.
Okay. We have tried to minimize the length and width of the stations from 265 average in phase 3 to 210. Room sizes we have just standardized. The OTA width has been reduced by omitting the OTA galleries from the concourse, and we have slightly with the existing right of way, the problem we have faced in Chandni Chowk, the limitations slightly, we are thinking of doing the stake platform stations. This is the just a 3D view of the stack. Then slightly in this also we have gone with the integrated approach. As you mentioned that in urban area very difficult to get the free space, then we have gone with the integration with the PWDs, flyovers, and so that at least the proper right of way can be utilized both way. You can see their flyway, the foundation was just in between there, and we have able to do. Here also, one of the stations, the Navi Karim, this is a chunk of land of 1 hectare where the municipal corporation has gone with thinking of the parking, and we have the two corridors are interchanging there. So we have discussed with that and gone with the integration with these three requirement.
You
yes.
need to close.
Then we have on the top we have the multi-level parking and 2 stations on the bottom. Thank you.
I'm sorry to stop Daljit Singh midway, but it was very interesting. But we are really short of time, and only good thing is that 5th paper probably gentleman is not available. So we are left with one very interesting presentation, that is smart tunnel in Kuala Lumpur. We will still like to have some time, maybe 4 or 5 minutes left for question answer, and then wrapping by the co-chair. So I request B.V. Jarina to present, maybe again 15 to 16 minutes time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will try my best to expedite my presentation. Okay, the topic of the presentation is on smart tunnel. What smart tunnel means is actually stormwater management and road tunnel. So that short form is called SMART, making the impossible possible. Well, how should I press this? Why is it not moving? Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me to speak here in this prestigious conference. Okay. Then my presentation, I'll take you through the introduction, operation, achievement, and also challenges, and finally conclusion. As an introduction, okay, first of all, I would like to introduce you to the catchment of the Klang River, which is where the smart tunnel is situated. And this is actually in the middle of Kuala Lumpur. So if you can see the V shape is where the light colored area is where the center of Kuala Lumpur, and it is usually flooded. So the intention is to reduce the flooding in Kuala Lumpur by having the smart tunnel. And this is what is the objective of smart tunnel is to mitigate the flood at Kuala Lumpur, especially near the central station, and also to relieve traffic congestion at the Sungai Besi gateway to Kuala Lumpur city centre. So the idea was mooted actually to construct a tunnel to relieve flood from Kuala Lumpur. It's only the original idea was actually to just do a tunnel to relieve flood, but what the Prime Minister then told us that he does not want a project which only has one purpose. So he wants a project which can generate income for the country, you know, not just by the government giving money to relieve flood, but also something which the smart tunnel can generate some income to the country. So that is why the idea of having a smart tunnel was mooted by the Prime Minister to have a tunnel with dual purpose, that is for flood and also for traffic flow. So this is the cost of the project, which is about almost 2 billion Malaysian ringgit, and it was by the government. Government provided about 1.3 billion, and private sector of about 0.6 billion. And it was constructed from 1st January 2003 and completed in 2007. And this is the TBM which we use. This TBM is 12.8 meters in diameters. It's a big, but not the largest TBM. The largest TBM in Asia is actually from Japan. Previously, it was 6 but now China has the biggest TBM, which is about 17 meters wide in diameters. Yeah. And it is the tunnel breakthrough was in December 2004, and you can see the size of the tunnel and the people there, how big the tunnel is, the TBM is. This is a completed project. It has 3 decks. This is the 3 deck. It has 3 decks. The lowest deck, the bottom deck is for the flood flow, while the 2 upper decks is for the traffic flow. I will show you how it is operated using different modes later on. The tunnel is about 9.7 kilometers long. The road tunnel itself is only about 3 kilometers in length. So this is the operation. If you can see here, the operation of the tunnel, it has 4 modes. The first mode is clear, meaning there's no water, no flood. It is open to traffic, as you can see the cars in the tunnel. And this is during normal condition where there's little bit of rain only. But when you have like storms of 70 to 150 QMax going through the river, then it is open. The lower deck is open for flood flow. So the water will flow into the tunnel at the lower deck, the lowest deck. This is called mode 2. And then if a major storm happens, about more than 150 QMax, then it is the traffic flow is stopped. No more cars can enter the tunnel, so that it is ready for it to be used if it's a prolonged event, and the upper decks, the 2 decks, are ready to be used as a flood channel. So mode 3 is where no cars can enter the tunnel anymore. So and the mode 4, when the flood flow, it is like a prolonged major storm, more than 150 QMAX, then it will open to all for water to flow. All colored blue, meaning that all water can flow in the tunnel. There are two ponds before the water can enter the tunnel. We have a regulating pond, and then once it has left the tunnel, there's another big pond where the water is kept there and regulate before it can be discharged to the river. So there are two ponds before the tunnel, entering and also leaving the tunnel. This is the operation mode 1. Let me see. This is sorry. This is a video actually. I think I'll skip the video because it might take some time. Okay, this is the achievement, what we have achieved so far. Okay. Okay. Before having the tunnel, Kuala Lumpur is always flooded. So we have had many floods before 1950s. We have many big floods, and then in the 70s we also have big floods again, and in the 80s also we have many floods, and then as you can see from the table, you get more flood events over the years. As you can see, from 1950 up until 2000, the frequency of flooding is getting more and more. This also has got to do with the development of Kuala Lumpur, where more areas are being developed, so less area permeable and more water going to the streams. So we have more conditions of flooding. So what I'm saying here is that even though it is flooded from 2000 to 2007, with the tunnel being in operation, it has managed to reduce the flooding in Kuala Lumpur. So after July 2007, there are no more major floods in Kuala Lumpur, meaning that the tunnel has actually managed to reduce the flooding in Kuala Lumpur. It has sort of stopped the flooding in KL. We still have like a little bit of flooding, like ankle length of flooding, but no major floods. Yeah? This is the statistics over the years. As you can see, from mode 2, 3 and 4, so the total in operation, we have operated it for 454 times, and out of those operations, if you can see mode 4, if you look at line mode 4, the total operation is 9 times, meaning that we have actually closed the tunnel for traffic 9 times and used the tunnel for flood flow fully, 9 times already from 2007 until 2022. Okay, over that years 9 times we have used, and we have managed to reduce the impact of flooding in Kuala Lumpur over that 9 years. If not, Kuala Lumpur will be flooded. Yeah. And yeah, this is another just to show the same information. So the tunnel has closed in terms of percentage only 2% throughout the operation, and the estimated toll collection, because when you close the tunnel there are no toll collection, so there are some losses. So the toll collection affected was about 9.58 million ringgit over the 9 times that it has been closed, and the tunnel operational efficiency over that years is about 97.92%, with an estimated 28,000 vehicles per day traveling through the tunnel. Yeah? So meaning that it is effective. What we have built is effective to reduce the flooding. And this figure, this shows the situation with mode 1, mode 2, and mode 2, mode 3, and mode 4. You can see from the map the flood map, which shows the area of flooding. So with and without, and also with mode 4, you can see the area of flooding. If without the tunnel, you can see the area of flooding is very wide. So with flooding, it reduces. Yeah? And the estimated monetary benefit, as you can see there, with mode 2, the estimate is about 1.58 billion in terms of benefit, and as you go along, you can see that during mode 4, it has saved the government 345.42 million ringgit, Malaysian ringgit. So the total estimated monetary benefit altogether is about 4 billion, yeah? Million ringgit, and the estimated average of monetary per year is about 249 or about 250 million per year. So what are the challenges that we are facing? So I think this is a global problem, rubbish. Rubbish is a global problem. I can see it here as well. So we also have lots of rubbish. So the rubbish actually affects the efficiency of the tunnel because you can see the amount in the pictures. You can see how much rubbish there are, and after every event, we have to clean up, and this costs a lot of money. And also sedimentation, as you can see in the regulating pond, the picture, the bottom left. You can see there's a lot of sediments as well. So many development in the country, and then the siltation goes into the river and finally got ponded in the pond and then settled, and it becomes a problem of the smart tunnel to clean it. So all this is a problem, operation and maintenance problem, which we all have to anticipate. You know, if you have a mega structure, and you have to anticipate the problems, and you have to be prepared to have enough maintenance fund to do the clearing and also the desilting the ponds, yeah? So that the efficiency and the capacity of the tunnel can be kept at its maximum. So as a conclusion, a very fast presentation. So first of all, whatever that we have done, the smart tunnel has actually successfully reduced the flooding in KL. And number 2, smart tunnel has effectively met the ROI by 2.85, because we have spent about 2 billion to build the smart tunnel, but we have managed to reap the benefits 2.85 times of what the capital that we have spent on the smart tunnel. And thirdly, having a big structure or a mega structure requires having a huge maintenance budget. So make sure that whenever you have a big structure, make sure the maintenance budget is there, so that you can the whatever that we design for actually met, you know, because sometimes after a few years, and then the capacity of the tunnel or the ponds all reduce, and it doesn't meet the objective of the construction of the project. Okay, so I think that is all. I will thank the organizers. And before I leave, I would like to also invite all of the participants here to the international ICDSM. There's something there's a Dam Safety Management and Engineering Conference. It is called ICDC SME 2023 in March 14 and 16, 2023 in Kuala Lumpur. The theme of the conference is Resilient Dams for Future Communities. So we would like to invite all of you to come to Kuala Lumpur this time round. Okay? Yeah, these are some of the brochures on the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam, for very
Sir,
interesting and informative.
Before we proceed, Insignor Bibi Zarina Binti Che Omar, on behalf of the Malaysian government, would like to present a souvenir to you, the President Tunneling Association of India. So may I request you to kindly step forward so that ma'am can present a souvenir. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a warm round of applause? Thank you.
share with you that I had opportunity to visit this project. I'm very much fascinated. I visited the project just before the commissioning. When the project was completed, this was going to be commissioned in 2007. Thanks, madam, for completing the presentation in very short time and given all the information. Thank you very much. So we are left with, I think, 10, 11 minutes. I think you will bear with us with the reduced lunch time. So I suggest we can take up some questions, if any is there. We can take up some questions, if any, and thereafter co-chair will sum up the proceedings. So if there is no question, I can request co-chair to sum up. Okay, quickly, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Manik Bhatnagar this side from L&T Construction. Thank you, ma'am, for the nice presentation on this profound idea of smart tunnels. I have also gone through the details of the project earlier on the internet. I would just like to know about, like, 9 times it has been pointed out that the tunnel has been closed for traffic and the complete tunnel has been used in mode 4. So road tunnel these days are having many MEP equipments and other sophisticated electrical equipments. How in mode 4 this situation is addressed, wherein after the tunnel is made operational, the electrical things can be, yeah.
Mic to her.
Thank you for the question. Yes, that is why it is not. We try not to put it under mode 4 as much as possible, because the cost of maintenance is very high. So once we close it, once we close the tunnel, all the 3 decks being used for flood flow, after that it will be closed for 3 days to do maintenance, to put up the lighting, the signage or whatever, everything. As you can imagine, when water passes through it at certain velocity, everything will be washed away. So we have to put it up again, and that costs a lot of money as well. So that is why we try as much as possible, try to reduce using mode 4. But if the situation persists that we need to do, we have to do it, because that is what it is built for. Okay? It costs a lot of money.
Just to add to her, I also asked the same question when I visited. All these equipments are designed to perform under that submerged condition. So the equipments are designed that way. Further question, I request co-chair to wrap up that.
Okay, I will just make a brief summary of the plenary session this morning, starting with the presentation from the ITA President Jenny Yan. I think we heard a lot of very interesting details about carbon emission, that 64% of the carbon emission is responsible for the transportation and for the traffic. We heard about urban rail development in China, in Singapore, and in particular there was interesting details about the fiber reinforced segments and permanent sprayed concrete, and some also which raised a question mark in my mind at least about the feasibility of prefabricated metro stations. I'm not sure that this is the ultimate idea. Then we heard about S.K. Gupta and Mumbai Metro, and about the tree plantation and transplantation on the TBM-driven part of that has been impressive, 33 kilometers. And then also there was a mentioning of an old British proverb called penny wise, pound foolish. In other words, it means that don't look too much into the penny. We heard about NATM settlements and crossovers and a lot of interesting structures which we have seen, which is really attractive to the underground world worldwide. Then we heard about Delhi Metro from Sri Dajit Singh, about the 4 phases which have been achieving until I think 2025 486 kilometers of tunnels in the 4 phases, starting with 65 kilometers in the first, 125, 190 and 106 kilometers, so altogether 486 kilometers of impressive Delhi Metro achievements. There have been major challenges from underground stations, and in particular to that area where tender drawings had to be revised due to changed conditions during construction. And then finally we heard about engineer Dr. Ivi Sarina, about the smart tunnel, which I had visited also some years ago after it has been opened, about the slurry shield, about the closing of the tunnel, investment of 2 billion, on the other hand 4 billion since implementation have been achieved, and she talked about sediment and rubbish as well. And I'm honestly speaking just waiting for the second smart tunnel in the world. I'm looking around, where is the second smart tunnel? is in Mumbai? Maybe. Okay, great. So anyway, I want to conclude and thank you very much for your attention. I can tell you I'm absolutely impressed by the attendance, by each individual who is attending today, and by the interesting discussions we have in between and during break, and we still have 75% of the conference ahead of us, so I think it will be a super successful conference. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this, may I now request our chair and co-chair to kindly present a memento to our speakers. We first have Director MMRCL, Shri S.K. Gupta. May I request him to kindly proceed towards the dais. Can we please have our co-chair as well? Let's have a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Can we now have Daljit Singh ji, DMRC, to kindly proceed towards the stage? May I now request Isnyor Bibi Zarina Binti Che Omar to kindly proceed towards the dais. And we cannot conclude without appreciating all the effort and hard work presented by our chair and co-chair. For that, may I request Shri Vikas Kumar, Managing Director, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation Limited, to kindly present a memento to our chair and co-chair. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a warm round of applause for Dr. Mangu Singh and Harald Wagner. Thank you, sir. with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the plenary session. We shall now break for lunch, and we expect you to be back here by 2 p.m. sharply so that we can start with our technical session 1. Thank you so much for being patient. See you soon.
Your attention, please. Anybody from Bangalore Metro? Outside. There is a presentation. We want that stick to be given to the. Okay.
so that we can start.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have our mobile phones in silent mode, please? And I request everyone to kindly take their respective seats so that we can proceed towards the technical session 1 that shall soon commence. We have our chair and co-chair already seated on the dais.
Hope you had a good time in these nice Mumbai monsoon. This is a very good time to be here in Mumbai, unless until it's rained too heavily, which is not expected to be in this time, that those heavy rains which require solution like what they have done in Kuala Lumpur, that normally happens in July and August. So June is a pretty safe time, and it's a very good time. Nice weather, a little bit of rains, showers. You would find Mumbai very green. In any case, it's very green. So we will start with our session. I would request Dr. Rakesh Kumar for his keynote presentation on challenges in design of a large tunnel in soft ground. Dr. Rakesh Kumar, please. Mr. Kumar, you would have 10 minutes. Mr. Kumar, Dr. Kumar, you would have 10 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
And we'll notify you at 9th minute.
Definitely, sir. I will finish it before that. Don't worry. So, I would like to thank the Tunneling Association of India to giving me this opportunity to present a case study on the challenges in the design of a large tunnel in soft ground. So, I will not go because everybody here knows about the underground structures, what they are. So the most important aspects in the design of underground structures is the geology play a very major role. So when you have a tunnel in rocks with the various geological features, maybe shear seams or the highly weathered nature of the rocks, or presence of thrust zones, or occurrence of soft grounds, which is maybe sometimes a mixed ground consisting of highly weathered rock and soil, or in sometimes it is purely a soil material. So based on this, we have to define the geological conditions, and based on the geological conditions, we have to define our ground model, and accordingly we should choose the type of methodology which to be adopted for the tunnels which is the best suited for their geological conditions, and the construction methodology as well as the shape of the tunnel also. So this paper presents basically a access tunnel for a utility which is around 11.9 meter finished dia, and if you see excavator dia will be around 12 meter plus, which was in a poor geological condition, soft ground purely, which consists of sandy clay, for a project located in a Himalayan geological area. So this project was more challenging because in the Himalayan area you have another kind of activities like the movements or location of the major regional geological features and local geological features there. This area is a highly geologically disturbed area with the presence of faults, shear zones, and even MCT was very near to this. The cover of soil for this particular tunnel above the crown was only 35 meters. The stress conditions were anisotropic. Then we have carried out the stress deformation analysis using RS2 software and Mohr-Coulomb criteria. The excavation was simulated in 3 stages. Now again, lot of study was done to decide the shape of the tunnel, and accordingly modified horseshoe was shape was chosen. But the more important was regarding the construction methodology. Lot of options were thought of, like multi-drifting or a central core method or this, but finally we have adopted a 3-stage excavation process, which was a heading excavation with the invert closure at heading, then benching, and then again invert with the invert closure. And based on that, the optimal support system was decided, and which was again monitored in the principles with the NATM approach. So the investigation which was done in that area, some investigation drill holes were done, and it revealed sandy clay kind of strata, and the geophysical investigation which shows that the compression wave velocity is in the range of 1000 to 1100 meter per second. So which again confirms that this strata is a soft ground only. So due to these poor geological conditions, as I explained, the modified horseshoe shape like this was chosen, and its size depending upon the functional requirement for which utility this was the 11.9 meter finished size was chosen, and the excavation stages like heading, benching, and then invert was selected. So the NATM method again was selected for this with the strict instrumentation and monitoring, and definition of the limiting criteria for the instrumentation and monitoring. Then pipe roofing option. For the pipe roofing also a lot of thoughts were given that whether we should go with the long micro pile, because this stretch was around 150 to 200 meter. So whether we should go with the long micro piles or 114 dia or 138 dia perforated pipes or 89 dia perforated pipes. And finally, based on the various analysis and studies, we came with which is more practical and also possible, that 114 mm dia perforated pipes with 12 meter length, 300 mm center to center and 4 meter overlap, with at least 4 to 6 perforations per meter, so that the grouting also takes place through those perforations. That was chosen. Then we have simulated this problem with the RS2 software using Mohr-Coulomb yield criteria and plane strain conditions. 1114 number of 6 noded triangular elements were chosen. Mesh was made the aspect ratio was taken care so that we get a good meshing, and so that we get more and more reliable results. The boundaries were considered at least 5 times the size of the tunnel to simulate these far field conditions. The roller boundaries were considered along the sides and fixed boundaries at the bottom. The vertical stresses were calculated for 35 meter high soil, and the in-situ stress ratio was again varied, like 0.54, then higher also, because anisotropic we have checked it for 1.5 also in-situ stress ratio. Although there were no water table encountered during the investigation stage, but still because that area is susceptible to higher rains, so because of that a saturation effect and a RU value of 0.2 was adopted in the analysis. So this was a typical finite element model, and if you see here, these were the different stages. If you see curvature, so that was heading, benching, and invert. So then after heading, this was the stress distribution, major principal stress distribution around the tunnel. It was happening like this, and then this was the total displacements which were taking place around after heading of the magnitude of around say 15 to 18 millimeter. Then after benching, again the major principal stress contours were like this. The stress pattern was changing, if you see. Then the total displacement increases to around 38 millimeter. And when we have done the final invert excavation, and then again the ridge distribution and arching of the tunnel is taking place, and the whole complete ring is in place. So this was the stress distribution, and the total deformations were in the range of again 35 to 38 millimeter. And this was the yielding elements around the tunnel boundary, and these were the forces which were generated in the anchors, because this was a soft ground. So 32 mm dia self-drilling anchors were proposed for along with the primary support system, which was of 350 mm thick shotcrete with 2 layers of wire mesh and a lattice girder of 32 and 25 mm dia. And these self-drilling anchors of 6 meter length and 1.5 meter spacing, they were placed, and the forces in all the anchors were checked and it was within the limit. In some of the places the yielding was observed in this shotcrete. And then when we coming to the results, the total displacement, like I said, this was 26 millimeter at crown, 14 millimeter at left wall, 15 millimeter at right wall, and 35 millimeter at invert after complete excavation. The ground reaction curves were generated for this, and the short term, like the short term characteristics of shotcrete and the long term, they were considered in the analysis, although I have not presented here because of the time constraint. But it was considered, and the tunnel relaxation was evaluated using the Dideric's approach. And the major principal stresses, which were varying from 0.3 to 0.4 MPa in crown and 1 to 1.4 MPa in left wall, and the similar in the right wall. The yield zone was well contained by the proposed support system which we have proposed. The axial forces also were within the limit. And in the heading portion, when we have provided the invert, so at the junction of the heading and the invert portion, to avoid the sharp edges, the 1 to 1.5 meter radius of curvature was provided, and the additional thickness of shotcrete was provided, so that because the stress concentration is always high. So based on that, the final support system which was recommended, 114 dia, fully grouted, pipe roofing, 12 meter long, 300 center to center, 4 meter overlap, lattice girder of 130, 32, 25, 1 meter center to center, encasing in 350 mm thick shotcrete layer with 2 layers of wire mesh. Face confinement with the 32 mm dia, fiber glass bolts was proposed, but due to the site constraints, some of the these self-drilling anchors were used in place of fiber glass bolts in heading portion. The instrumentation and monitoring through optical targets and extensometers was strictly monitored. Then the performance during the actual excavation, because some of the construction happened during monsoon period, so some seepage has encountered at few places, and incidentally in some places the overlap between pipe roofing and the pipe roofing pipes was somehow low, so some phase collapse also happened, but it was mitigated through some tube routing in that area, and that seepage and this was arrested. And the overall, if you see the overall, the predicted deformations and the values which were predicted by this numerical model which was prepared as a base model, and with the conservative design parameters, they were within the range of 10% variation range, and project was successfully completed this 150 meter stretch of this tunnel. So this is all about this case study. Thank you so much for your kind attention. And if you want further more detail, because a lot of other things and options were generated which I have not presented here, you can contact me. I can share with all the details. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You are absolutely dot on time. Thank you very much. So I would now request Dr. Sanjay Rana, the next speaker, on geophysical methods for tunnel planning and real-time ground prediction while TBM boring. In focus, beam, bore tunneling, electrical ahead monitoring. Dr. Sanjay Rana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier speaker has set a wonderful precedence of time management, and I'll try to stick to that. So I've got my timer on. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. A very, very happy birthday to the co-chair, Khalisab. Great day. All right. So my presentation is, sorry, this is not my presentation. Sanjay Rana. First one, right on the top, right. my time starts now. All right. So, I'm going to talk about geophysical methods, which I have been talking on this platform for many years. And today I'm very happy to listen to certain speakers like from DMRC and the speaker just before me talking of the use of geophysics in projects now becoming more and more extensive, which is a great pleasure to hear. But today I'm going to talk about few new technologies which still have not been used and which have great potential. But I'll start very quickly. I represent Parson. This is a company founded by me, which is a geophysical company, and that's all we do, geophysics. I am a geophysicist by profession, graduated in 1990 from University of Roorkee. I did my MTech in applied geophysics, worked with the government for some time, and then started this company to start working in an area which was not known by that time in 1995. And since then, I'm just doing that. Brief introductions. All right, so when we talk about geophysical investigations, first of all, we need to understand where do these investigations fit in. Because fact is that today geophysics is being used, that's very encouraging to note, but still it is being used more often than not in the firefighting mode. That is, something goes wrong and then we call the services of a geophysical organization. So it's very important to understand the sequence. In any project, it's not specific to tunneling. We start with available geological maps, satellite images, geological mapping, and after that comes geophysical investigation. More often than not, what is happening is that after that is coming drilling or geotechnical investigations, and geophysical investigations are either being clubbed with that or being just done as a follow-up of that. Now, that's not the right sequence of doing it. Geophysical investigations give you continuous information of the subsurface, which can be used to optimize and target your drilling. So this is the right sequence: geological mapping, then geophysical investigation, and then drilling. With, of course, geophysical logging. That will be wonderful because you'll get much more information from the same logs if you're doing logging also. But this is the right place to put geophysical investigation. And then, of course, hydrogeological studies, seismicity studies, etc., etc. So this is one thing which I really wanted to make a point about. So this was here. Then why at all we are talking of geophysics? First of all, it provides valuable and continuous information for the planning and execution of tunnel projects. Unless other construction projects, in tunneling we are doing excavation from point A to point B, millimeter by millimeter, continuously. We are not just putting some foundations like we are doing in a bridges or a high-rise building. It's a continuous excavation, which basically means that you need continuous information. Drilling is giving you discrete information. Unless you supplement it with a good geophysical investigation and then do optimized targeted drilling, you can never eliminate what we call in the engineering language geological surprises. I always say a surprise is a situation which we did not anticipate. In our world, surprise is a situation which we did not investigate. So if you are doing a continuous investigation and then doing targeted optimized drilling, you can get rid of your geological surprises or at least minimize these. So the main goal is to have continuous model of the subsurface in a relative short period of time. It plays an important role during the various phases. I'm going to talk in this short time about 3 phases. First is the planning itself. When you're planning a tunnel from point A to point B, let's say in Himalaya, you can do a very quick study to find out whether this route is the best or this route is the best or this route is the best. We'll start with that. Then comes more detailed study along the route. Then comes the study when you are actually doing your tunneling. And then comes the QC of the tunnel which you have already completed. So all this I will be talking in this presentation. And if the hazards are well known in advance of a tunnel project, the safety of workers will essentially be increased and geological risk will be minimized. I never use the word eliminated, for the simple reason that no one is God and there is no tool which is a magic wand. But it can be definitely minimized by means of successful and interdisciplinary cooperation. A geophysicist again can't do anything in isolation unless he is working with the geologists, with the engineers, with the geotechnical experts. So these are short points I wanted to make. When we talk about in tunnel projects, first of all is choose best and least problematic tunnel alignment, mechanical properties of rocks, faults, fracture, shear zones, slope stability, etc., etc. I'm not going through the list. These presentations definitely will be available through the organizers to you to go through. Now I'll just show a few slides to you. It's like a storytelling because I can't elaborate on any particular point, but you'll make some sense of what we are presenting here. Now first method, heliborne time domain electromagnetic. Thankfully already in India it has been used in NSDCIL project and Konkan Railway project. Our friend is here, he has already used it through NGRI in Konkan Railway. In this we are basically flying a loop of electromagnetic. It is sending EM pulses into the ground. Conductivity is being mapped from top to whatever depth. It can be 600 meters, 700 meters, 400 meters, depending on the conductivity of the ground and what kind of equipment you're using. At the end of it, you have something like this. This complete conductivity is up to a particular depth. You can see, yeah, right. So this is a depth, you can 600 meters almost, and you have this conductivity distribution. Now this is not example from tunneling industry, but if you want to, for example, take your tunnel at 400, you know where you're going to meet bad zones. So these red ones are actually highly conductive, which means they are the bad zones, like they are full of moisture or water, or they are crushed, or they are shear zones. So this way you're able to see your entire strata. So for example, you're taking a tunnel from point A to B, 10 kilometers tunnel, take a 500-meter corridor, do this entire scanning with this time domain electromagnetic very quickly, 3 to 4 days for the scanning work, and then you can choose which is the right alignment to go through it. Next method, which has not been used in India in tunneling sector, is passive seismic tomography, which I have used in the sector of oil and gas since 2007 for ONGC and Oil India Limited. Very, very strong method in which we are just putting certain sensors on the ground, 3-component seismometers, recording the natural earthquakes or the natural noise over a period of time, and making a model of the subsurface which can go as deep as, in oil and gas we are doing up to 10 kilometers. This example is around 2 kilometers. So when you say high overburden and all that, this method is wonderful for Himalayan tunnels where overburden is very, very high. Then comes your conventional methods, which I talked about a lot, seismic refraction tomography. This is one section which was made based on the geological information available, and then the same section based on tomography where you are able to pick up the soft zones or the bad zones which you might encounter along your tunnel alignment. Then you have electrical resistivity imaging, giving the idea of the shear zones, aquifers, or any kind of conductive zones which you might encounter. This example is from J&K, where this shear zone was being looked into. Some 17, 18 drill holes were already done. Some 3 or 4 months of time was already spent, not detected, around 1 or 2 days of work, and this was detected in that area. Similarly, these fracture zones here in the tunnel route. And now you see, once you have got the bad zone, then you do the drilling. Then you do the targeted drilling, optimized drilling. There is no point doing random drilling. That's the whole idea, okay? Nothing replaces drilling. It's a physical, direct physical observation. It cannot be replaced because geophysics is giving you some physical property. But targeted drilling, only in the zones which are of interest. Then comes seismic or sonic tomography, which is done between 2 boreholes or 2 faces. Good method in the congested areas where you don't have any excess properties are there. If you can make a hole in the front road, a hole in the side road, and you can do tomography between them, you can get good information. And this kind of fault, for example, can be detected using this. This is a very prestigious work which we did in Bhutan for finding a cavity. This was the deepest seismic tomography reported till now, which was 250 meters deep, and distance between borehole was as high as 110 meters, 85 by 60 meters cavity was here. Seismic reflection is another method which gives you a continuous profile of the subsurface. In oil and gas, we are using it up to 6 to 7 kilometers of depth. So depth is not a limitation. Logistics are difficult. So in India, as of now, it has not been used in any tunnel project. This is from my experience in Canada, where I briefly went after 95 to bring all these technologies to the country. So you can get a complete geological section of your tunnel. Then QC of completed tunnel, things like GPR can give you a complete QC of what's happening behind your lining, whether it is good, whether there is a void behind that, etc., etc. These are live examples of the projects which we have very much done in India. For example, seepage was coming out from here, and it was required to find out where it is coming from, and the bad zone was detected here and here. So once you have this information, you can actually treat the bad zones and stop the seepage, rather than taking the common sense approach and trying to grout here, which is very, very high resistive. No grout will ever go there. Last topic, beam, which organizers really wanted me to stress upon. So this is the focus area. This is bore tunneling electrical ahead monitoring. In this, what we are doing is we are making the cutter head of the entire TBM as one electrode. So this is the most efficient and cost-effective method because it gives automatic, continuous and non-invasive data acquisition, processing, evaluation, interpretation and documentation in real time without hindrance or stopping of TBM operation. TBM operation is not to be stopped even for one moment because the entire cutter head, as it is going, this is working as an electrode, and every stroke you are getting information back in your steering cabin of what is coming ahead. I'm not going in details of it. I'll just show you how it, so this is the unit in the steering cabin where the data comes. The data also can be transmitted to head office, and the zone of influence is 3 times the tunnel diameter. So let's say you have a tunnel diameter, TBM diameter of 6.67 meters, 20 meter ahead, what is going to come in terms of porosity and fluid content? That is what your information you are getting continuously. So again, so this is a real-time fast motion. So here is, this is Rome metro line, this is a tunnel face, and now you know what is going to come ahead. And for example, cavity. So you have a cavity coming ahead, 3 times the tunnel diameter, and it's continuous, no stoppage. So this has been used world around in various metro projects, including Rome, including Qatar, etc., etc. It has a great potential to solve a lot of problems which we face when we have ingress of water or some loose zone coming in. By just putting this beam system in the TBM, we can really get over these problems. Last, limitations and reasons for failure: wrong tool selection. It is very important that tool selection is done with an expert geophysicist, because if you choose a wrong tool, you are not going to get the right results. Method lacking desired resolution, geology ignored, calibration ignored, only single tool used, and in the inversion wrong initial model. So expertise and experience is very, very important, and involvement of everyone together right from the beginning. So combination of geophysics, geology, geotechniques, as well as so-called joint interpretation techniques will be of essential importance. There are so many points in conclusion. I'm skipping it because I have already finished my time. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thanks, Dr. Rana. Thanks for a very precise and very good presentation on multiple geophysical tools available for working and for quality assurance. Thank you very much. So I invite the third presenter, Mr. Peniciera Andrea, on observational methods from the hazard scenario to a general design approach to the design of underground works. Mr. Andrea. So you have 10 minutes, same for you.
Thank you. It's nice to be here in this group of professionals. Esteemed Chairman, dear colleagues, experts, and ladies and gentlemen. I was thinking to talk about observational method, etc. I will do. But I have to tell that I have to spend few words about the very, very interesting inaugural session. I'm a little bit disappointed as an engineer, a little bit ashamed to hear Mrs. Ashwini Bide to talk about fear of executing tunnels safely and in time, or even client, contractor and consultant has to work together. Or also, Dr. Singh, technology has to be developed to sense changes and to pre-deal with those changes. This is a challenge that the consultant has to take over. I feel that they are very, very important words, even more important than the content of my simple presentation. Nonetheless, I will go through, and I will also take the start from the words of our chairman, Mr. Lieutenant General Suresh Sharma, about the fact that if we want to make the inspiring targets to become real, as mentioned by him, I think we need an efficient tool. It's not about targets, it's not about labels, nothing, is an approach. And that is what I want to present to you today, which maybe is known, but you have to think with a wider mind. Very quick, we go through some premises, and then I will talk about the observational method and hazard scenario method, for to show you some limits, not deficiencies, limits, unfortunate limits or fortunate limits, or just existing limits about some design approaches. So, the observational method, I want to highlight the 4 sides of his process. 4 sides because of this subject actually has been addressed or will be addressed further along the conference about the risk. It is very linked to it. design without thinking to risk, in my opinion, is still a limited mathematical exercise, which should not be. In general, you just have to consider that observational method is not a label that you put on the NGI, on the Bieniawski classification, or something else, or the NATEM itself, or a DECO, and it's not even NATEM. It is true the opposite. All those approaches, they are part of the observational method. So, why is that? Yes. Starting from the beginning, instead to talk geomechanics and all those things, we have to think about the characteristic of the projects. Is an infrastructural project, is a hydro project, is a whatever project we have. Underground, obviously today we are here talking underground. We have to ascertain the geological features, also like Mr. Anna was telling before me. Investigation, this magical word that everybody knows and nobody sees generally in so many projects. And then, not only about geology, these 3, 4, maybe 10, depends on how complex is the model parameters, but also really to concentrate on the critical situation. You will see that they are not only related to Q, RMR, Phi, C, E, Nu, Gamma, Eta, some other Greek letters, but they are very variated, and you have to keep inside always the risk aspect. That means how much a critical situation or hazard can be or become significant if disregarded. I added if disregarded is not written. And then you can pass to the construction and then to the concept of progressive adjustments according to the actual match between expected design conditions and the real behavior, that means monitoring. Here some example of kind of jobs, or railway tunnel, highway tunnel, some particular collateral jobs like niches and caverns for the electric mechanical equipment, and also related to the construction methods, be with a jumbo cavern or a very particular hanging system in order to let the face open to the traffic. As a base, please remember what is written in the Eurocode, but also in many other articles. The limit of behavior which are acceptable should be established. The actual behavior will be within acceptable limit. This has to be checked. And the plan of monitoring should be devised, a plan of monitoring. But then during construction, the monitoring should be carried out as planned. It's not always the case, I can assure you. Additional replacing monitoring should be undertaken if it becomes necessary, it is possible. The result of monitoring should be assessed and appropriate stages and planned contingency actions. Contingency action, no word here about risk, but contingency action, mitigation measures, they come always too, but they are not separated things. So if we go to the observational method itself, is a kind of cyclic approach that pass through a identification moment, then formulating situations, then during construction having a feedback, and then using the data in order to plan the adjustments and to optimize the solutions. This is called PDSA, Plan, Do, Study, Act, or before in 52, PDCA, Plan, Do, Check, Act. As you see, we are not inventing anything in tunneling. We are stealing ideas from the industry. This was the plan to reborn the industry in Japan after the war by Mr. Deming. Hazard scenarios. Here a short list. I had to small down the font. We have the classical one: block failure, plastic, soil, likes, strain softening, overburden, swelling, karst, if they are considered, etc. But look at the one in blue. They are not the usual one, geomechanical one. We are talking about cavity dimension, cavity shape. Nowadays 3D models can solve that. Construction sequence is important. It's not a commutative aspect. You cannot excavate and build before the bench and then the crown, so the construction sequence is important. A full face excavation is fully different than a staged excavation. But also related to technologies, grouting. Grouting injects material in space or creates space also. So that can have an influence, has to be considered, is a consequence of some things. Particular pore pressure condition, this is so often disregarded. Leaching and slaking by hydrotunnel, there are specific hazards proper to hydro tunnels and hydro works that they don't come in any labeled approach, but they have to be considered in design. We don't use approaches, we design, we are engineers. Also, transients. We are now dealing in a project in Australia where the transient is a huge problem. Never seen in any labeled, again I come back there, in any labeled approach to tunneling and to design of tunnels. We only look on that for the geomechanics, but there are many other things that are also part of the design. They are not constructional or detail aspect, they can be fundamental ones. And combination. Here you can see raveling material. In the center, in the two center one, you can see the effect of slacking. The cavity 6 by 6 meter that you see was a dike that because of the water transients has been, the contact, sorry, not the material, the contact has been dissolved and then collapsed like you see in the left one, central left one slide. So that doesn't have anything to do with any geomechanical aspect, but is a hazard, is menacing our project. In the right one, you can see swelling, a block destroyed after falling below, or pure plastic deformation in the center, or in the right, that was excessive pressure in rock faults and rock joints that exploded out in the lateral part of the valley. So also water pressure and transient, they're very important into the design of underground works. And this doesn't have to do. Here you see works done in conventional excavation, conventional drill and blast, jackhammer, whatever. The approach is valid for every kind of underground works and underground construction system, for TBM, hydro shield, double shield TBM, hard rock, lower burden, also for shallow tunnels, deep tunnels. That is always possible, is the approach that is important. Why? Just for to pass very quick to the limits of some known approaches. Sorry, keep the time, yes. Bieniawski, you know Mr. Bieniawski, Mr. Professor Bieniawski is, one can tell, maybe one of the very old guys about classification, and from classification to super measures, etc. But nobody read the introduction of his book. This is written in his book, so thick. Modern rock mass classification have never been intended as the ultimate solution to design problem. And then they were not intended to replace analytical study, field observation and measurement, not engineering judgment. Somewhere also it talks about observation. So this should lead, sorry for the joke, so many ISO and standard fund engineers to think to the far wider reality of a tunnel design, which cannot be systematically squeezed into any kind of standardized and ruled methodology or philosophy. Standards are helpful, but engineering is more. If we go very quick, you know this formula, you know this scheme. 74 the formula, still valid. 2008 the revision of the scheme is the Barton approach, taken as it is in the NGI handbook. But if you read to the handbook again, read very true to that before to use and to sell it as a good only solution. The majority of the case histories are derived from mainly hard jointed rock, including weakness zone, etc. In such type of rock, other methods should be considered. And again, the Q system may not give any satisfactory description of stability situation and other methods such as deformation measurement and or numerical modeling. I would rather say not additionally, but use the additional, but instead. RMR, very well known, easier, linear instead of logarithmic, but also Professor Bieniawski, obviously before 2017, was sometimes calling, also in my presence, over 5, class over 5. That means he was intrinsically recognizing that the system is not able to cover all situations. Now really something's particular. Palmstrom, Norway. In this diagram, you can read up, down, right, left. The concept is very simple. Or there is a linearization, which is valid absolutely nothing. There is a margin of plus minus 25 and 50%, which is valid absolutely nothing. You take the horizontal line is the same RMR, and then Q varies of a factor 100 in the upper line and then factor 1000 in the lower line. Take care. They are expressing the same projects. All those points they are measured. but the rock is only one per only project. We are variation in the order of 100. And in the vertical one, by the same queue, you pass from a class 4 to 1 or from class 5 to 2 with RMR. I'm not telling Q is wrong, RMR is wrong. Use it carefully, extremely carefully, because they induce a feeling of a reassuring precision, the apparent precision, etc., etc. Just an example, RQD, the famous value of QD, if you pass from 11 centimeter and 9 fissure to 11 fissure and 9 centimeters, you pass in RQD from 100 to 0, because it's multiplicating Q pass from infinite to 0, just for to tell you what is mathematics. So again, Bieniawski, rock mass classification have never been intended as the ultimate solution. So don't stick to classification for design tunnels. NATEM doesn't have a limit in itself, but it deals essentially with the rock mass stress state. Normally and obviously, recent application, etc., brought a far wider pattern of solution and cases. Nonetheless, it is concentrated in that part, but there are other scenarios relevant to other aspects than the rock mass strength, like other rock mass characteristic, rock burst, aggressive water cast, project characteristic and finalization, hydro tunnel, transit drainage, etc. They are not only constructive or detailed design aspects, they are important. Okay, another one, unfortunately, the son of Mr. Lunardi was not here, I think. Nonetheless, System ADECO, very observational. It's passed from a characterization investigation to diagnosis, therapies, and operation and monitoring. Very correct. But because of the concentration of the concept to the face of the tunnel, it is very useful only at lower burden. Otherwise, the support can become huge and unbearable. So, gentlemen, just for to close, I think within my time, the task of the design goes from the study of the geological condition, project characteristic, solving also work specific condition, and in observation supervision, observing means also monitoring, and then give the feedback to the right professional, either in PMC or the designer, to be present in order to adjust the design where is required according to the observational method. So other scenario, PDSA or observational method, in my opinion, they are a good approach in order to solve the doubts and the request of our esteemed chairmen at the beginning of the day. I'm finished with it. Please, the judgment of the engineer in a right sense, not only of the specialist in computing, should be adequately taken into account and applied. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Andrea, for nice presentation, sensitizing on identification of hazard scenarios to establish limits of behavior which are acceptable. So thank you very much, and the methods for. So now I invite the fourth presenter, Mr. Subramanya Gudge, on challenges in creating underground space facing mixed geological strata. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Subramanya Gudge, Chief Engineer in Bangalore Metro Rail. I will present about challenges what we faced during phase 1 and what we are facing now. Okay, Bangalore Metro Rail has completed phase 1 with 42 kilometers, and in phase 2 also some 13 kilometers have been added. Now 56 kilometers are commissioned. Another 120 kilometer is being constructed. By the end of second phase, around end of 2024, there will be a network of around 176 kilometers. So in first phase we have used 6 TBMs. There was 8.8 kilometer of underground. Out of that, 4 EPBs and 2 slurries. Total tunnel length completed is around 10 kilometers, twin tube. In second phase, we have total 21 kilometers. We are using total 9 TBMs, 3 EPBs and 7 slurry machines. Length being done by slurry machines is 13.5 kilometers and 7.5 kilometers by EPB. We have found EPB machines are working better in Bangalore condition. It is fully mixed type of rock, top soil and bottom rock. The rock is granite gneiss and it is very hard, up to 150, 180 MPa. So these are some details of the machines. This is EPB machine. This is slurry machine. Nowadays in second phase we are using slurry machines with that bubble chamber. There are two chambers, one with completely filled with slurry and the other with air pressure, so that a continuous pressure is maintained at the face. I will try to explain some of the challenges what we have faced. The main challenge we are facing is sinkholes or craters, formation of craters. The geological profile in Bangalore is such that every meter it changes, very much mixed strata. So this is one of the face maps where we got a sinkhole. The bottom is fresh rock and top is completely soil or weak rock. So usually what happens is we have to rotate the cutter more times for cutting the rock, and soil takes lesser rotations. So when it is mixture of rock as well as soil, we have to rotate to cut the bottom rock more times. So by that time the soil over the at the above top level will be getting excavated more than required. So far we have that VMT system to find out the quantum of excavation. There also often we go wrong, because tunneling with machine being an indirect method, we cannot calculate what is the percentage of rock and what is the percentage of soil we are cutting. So the density of the rock and soil being varying from 1.6 in case of soil and around 2.6 in case of rock, the quantity of excavated material we cannot assess. Many people come and tell that we have a better method, but so far we could not find such method. So in that case, due to over excavation on the top, there will be sinkholes. So when sinkhole is in the front of the cutter head, we cannot just fill it, because if we fill with concrete or grout, it will obstruct the cutter head to rotate further. So for that we have to fill some weak grout from the machine, then make it protected, then fill from the top. So at least whenever there is a sinkhole, we will have to wait in the same condition for 1 or 2 days till the grout injected through the machine gains some strength. So if it is a road, then we have to keep it closed, or we have to find a diversion to that. So Bangalore roads are very narrow. We have hardly 2 lanes or 3 lanes. So it is very difficult to close the road. So if the sinkhole is in the shield portion or behind, somehow we can fill it immediately and go ahead. So next problem what we are facing is with respect to damage to cutting tools. So this being again mixed type of rock, the cutting tools are frequently damaged. One more reason for this is boulders. You can see here the photos of the damaged tools. The boulders which are lesser than size of the cutter head start rotating along with the cutter head and further damages the cutting tools. Sometimes even the whole cutter disc comes out, and that also starts rotating with the cutter head, so that also causes a lot of damage. and again, as it is an indirect method, we will not be knowing what exactly happening inside. So whenever there is increase in torque or thrust, we take intervention and come to know that there is a problem. So these are the damaged cutter disc. So this is the photos of that same face map. The top is soil, middle we can see the rock line, and bottom is the very hard rock. This is the enlarged photo of that. This is soil here. See, this is top, it is soil, and bottom it is rock. So rock is up to 150 MPa strength. So this is the fresh rock. So when the rock is vertically, means left side is rock and right side is soil or otherwise, it is difficult to maintain the alignment. The one side rock will try to push the machine left side, so the alignment also goes away from that. And one more problem we are seeing is in second phase we are using 4 Chinese machines which have very less tail clearance, hardly 35 or 36 mm. So we have curve up to 250 meter minimum radius. So in such case we will not get proper lead and it is very difficult to maintain the alignment. So if there is no proper tail clearance, then there is a worry of this shield touching the segmented erected segments and damages to the segments. So next problem is when there is partially rock and soil, the advance will be very less, or we will not be getting the required advance. The reason being, we have to protect the soil on the top, we have to keep pressure depending on the water table and overburden, so around 1.2, 1.5 bar pressure we have to keep. That pressure acts against the thrust what we are putting. Here we can see here, if the cutter head is around 6.7 meter diameter, the load exerted by the pressure against the thrust will be up to 3700 kilonewtons. So that much thrust is lost. We maximum thrust is around 42,000 kilonewtons. So that much, around 10% will be lost. And next problem is of the boulder. So these boulders, especially dolerite boulders, dolerite weathers in such a way that outside is very loose or highly weathered condition and the core is very hard. It is up to 180-200 MPa strength. So when it is weathered, the core remains and that boulder will not be get cut. You can see on the other side, left side of the screen, the station excavation. So when we have to tunnel in such a condition, every time we take intervention, set the discs correct, and with the excavation of half a meter or a meter, again the discs will be damaged. And these boulders often come into the chamber. Machines what we are using in phase 2 has a crusher inside, so that blocks the entire crusher such a way that the whole crusher will be covered with the boulders and it fails to operate itself. So sometimes even the whole crusher has come out. This is this. We are putting some grill bars etc. to reduce, but the problem is there. So this is one comparison where we have completed the length. This is a lot of discs we are using. We can see that for the first Shivaji Nagar to MG road, we have done 193 interventions in a length of 1.1 kilometer. So everywhere almost in the same rate we are doing. However, we have found that slurry machines are working better in mixed phase conditions, but still we have to find solutions to how to come out of these problems. One more thing I want to add is, just now the previous speaker told about Belanovsky. We have added a condition in our contract so that any additional disc consumed can be paid to the contractor. We have put a condition in the contract. The contractor has to mention the number of discs he has calculated as per the investigation details available with him. Then he has to find the number of discs to be consumed as per the actual phase he has got, actual geology he has encountered. Then what is the actual number of discs he has consumed, which are numbered during the execution. So comparing that, we have put a method, and we have put up to 3% of the cost of tunneling can be paid if the additional discs are consumed. That is one of the risk sharing method we have involved in our contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Subramanian, for explaining challenges faced by you in Bangalore Metro project in these mixed ground conditions, and also explaining the statistics of production. So now I invite our fifth presenter. It's a group of people who would be presenting: Mr. Kuldeep Garg, Jaswant Kapoor, R.K. Abrol, and S.P. Bansa. Anyone who would be presenting on planning, design, construction of diversion tunnel of around 3 HEP in Nepal. A case study. Yeah, please. So, your good name is? Okay. So, Mr. Abrol will present.
Yes.
So, 10 minutes for you.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. My presentation is planning, design, construction of the diversion tunnel for Arun 3 hydroelectric project, a case study. I belong to HJVN Limited. It is a joint venture of Government of India and Government of Himachal Pradesh. It is the owner of India's largest 1500 megawatt Nathwa Jhakri hydropower station in Himachal Pradesh on river Satluj. Presently, about 2016 megawatt is under operation. About 4000 megawatt projects are under construction, and about 6000 megawatt of our projects are under pre-construction and ceremonial investigation stage. The diversion tunnel regarding this presentation is covered is major component of Arun 3 hydroelectric project, which is under construction in Nepal. Arun 3 project has 80 meter high concrete gravity dam, 11 meter dia horseshoe shaped finished dia, and 429 meter long diversion tunnel. It has 9.5 meter dia horseshoe shaped tunnel, about 18.8 kilometer long. This is the dam complex area plan. We can see the dam axis, diversion tunnel on the right bank. Two nalas, Khokta Khola and Num Khola, they are meeting the river on the left bank. Because of these nalas, there is no option of putting the outline type of the diversion tunnel. Therefore, we have to no other option than to plan our diversion tunnel on the right bank. And it was known to us that this area, right bank of this dam area, is geologically weak, but we have to place the diversion tunnel. on the right bank. These are the pictures on the left bank. On the left picture, Arunthri river is flowing. On the right picture is after the Arun river has been diverted. This is the layout plan of the diversion tunnel. It is the inlet portal, it is the outlet portal, and this is the dam upstream elevation, and it is the diversion tunnel location. Lateral cover is about 52 meter in this case. This diversion tunnel has been designed for a discharge of 1300 cubic, that is 1 in 25 year November to May non-monsoon flood. Minimum lateral cover of the DT is about 51 meter, length is 429 meter. This is the picture showing that left bank excavation is over. It is the right bank on which the diversion tunnel is located, and in this bank foliations are dipping towards the river. That is why this bank is geologically weak. Diversion tunnel excavated diameter varies from 12 meter to 12.6 meter. Excavation was used using drill and blast technology by heading and benching method. Excavation done from both the inlet and outlet ends, and major excavation was carried out from the outlet end. Cavity was found on 24th May 2019. At that time, we have already completed the heading excavation of 284 meter from the outlet end and 45 meter from the inlet end, and balance excavation was around 100 meter. This is the picture which shows this is the cavity location inside the diversion tunnel, and it is the subsidence zone area where the surface was had subsided. On the left picture we can see the this is a boulder of about 1.1 meter to 1.5 meter hanging from the ground, and in this picture we can see the slush which has came out from the cavity, and it has covered about 100 meter from this face. It is the top picture of the subsidence area at the top, from the top. Cavity initial tackling. Further heading excavation from the cavity face was stopped. Heading face was packed with the muck. Strengthening of the heading face started with the steel ribs, but we could not place ribs about the 5 meter from the face of the cavity. Subsidence of about 3 to 4 meter was observed at approximately 870 meter level, and DT heading invert at the cavity location was approximately 800 meter. That means about 60 meter cover was there. First of all, cement grouting was tried with the help of the grouted 4-pole umbrella arch in the crown, and also to some less extent subsidence area was also tried with cement grouting. About 1200 cement bags were used here. But however, the muck from the flow of the muck from the cavity continued, and there was increase in the subsidence area. Subsidence area depth increased up to 17 meter in the month of August, about 3 months after the formation of the cavity. Boulders of more than 1 meter in size were coming out of the cavity. Subsidence zone, a point of concern was that long-term stability of the right bank abutments, slopes, and worst fear was of the formation of some underground cavity inside the rock mass, causing disturbance in the density. And however, there was no option of the alignment of the DT or bypassing the cavity reach, as we could, there was apprehension that we could found the same type of the geology if we bypass the cavity. That means we have left with only the removal of the muck and the cavity treatment. On the 6th September 2019, the depth up to the top of the funnel was increased to 22 meter, and the plan area of the subsidence was at the surface was 31 meter by 70 meter. And estimated subsidence zone funnel diameter was approximately 2.5 meter. The cavity treatment methodology adopted was final treatment of the installation of the steel ribs from the dam axis up to the cavity face, PCC concrete cladding wall at the cavity face, creation of the access and unloading of the muck around the subsidence zone, preventing access of the rainwater into the cavity, and we place 1 meter thick concrete plug at the top of the funnel at about 850 meter. Grouting of the muck inside the cavity from the top to large extent, and grouting of the rock mass inside the cavity through inclined holes from the heading face, but it was done through a less extent. Mounting and inspection at the top and bottom of the cavity. Limited mucking was done from the cavity face. Adequate setting time for the grout to strengthen the rock mass, that is was about 2 months. The further excavation undertaken by the multi and drift technique from the inlet side. The rest of all the 100 meter excavation was carried out from the inlet side. Advance in the cavity reach was done with the help of the 4 poles umbrella arch with the steel ribs. These are the picture of the multi drift done for excavation done from the inlet side. It is also the picture of the multi drift central current. These are the pictures that shown that the Arun river has been diverted. It is the pictures showing the outlet portal of the diversion tunnel, and it is the inlet portal of the diversion tunnel. Conclusion of our experience for this, the tackling of the cavity is layout of the diversion tunnel should be planned considering the geological reports. Identification of the possible reaches of the geological weakness should be well known. Construction planning should be done with the provision for the uncertainties. Progress rate and construction methodology to be adopted to be stably modified. Methodology, equipment, material and standard operating procedure for the cavity tackling be readily available at the site. As hydro projects are generally they are situated in the remote location, it takes time to transport these equipments and material to those locations. Support should be provided within the stand-up time of the rock, and foremost conclusion is that cavity tackling should start at the earliest, otherwise it will cause the huge time and cost overrun, and also it may weaken the rock mass surrounding it. Thank you.
case study on how you dealt with a difficult situation in Arun 3 project and the lessons learned. Now I invite Dr. Florian on alternative tunnel system for a 8.5 kilometer long road tunnel through the Himalayas. Dr. Florian. So 10 minutes for you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm switching now a little bit from geomechanical to tunnel systems. Short introduction. The system that was proposed during the DPR, possible alternative solutions. We have alternative 1, main tunnel and escape tunnel, and alternative 2, 2 traffic tubes, and conclusions and results. So this 8.45 kilometer long tunnel from Kasikund to Banihal is is part of the package 2, Jammu Srinagar Highway. Nava Yuga executed the project and we acted as a DDC for the contractor post award. Award was in 2010. And the original DPR foresaw a single tube arrangement, which was then later on changed. So, brief overview of the area. So we are here. Okay, it's very feeble. There is the railway tunnel. Okay, this is better. There is the railway tunnel, and then this is the road tunnel, which is more or less parallel. So, and when you look at the strata, again, railway tunnel, road tunnel. Now, as per detailed project report, we had an 8.5 kilometer long road tunnel, single tube, a ventilation duct in the invert, bidirectional traffic, and as I already mentioned, the alignment is approximately parallel to the then under construction Pirbanchal rail tunnel, which was completed 2013. So this is the proposed system from the DPR. You can see we have the traffic here, we have smoke extraction here, we have fresh air here, and temporary shelters which are close to the tunnel but no other exit, which was at that time just a transition period because the European guideline was already in place, but in India the old IRC SP91 was there. So we identified a few shortcomings, that the escape route is not separated. Any damage which requires repairs of the tunnel would cause impediments, full blockage of this strategic route. The duct system cannot be controlled 100%, and it's a very sensitive area, and was at that time also. And any leakage of liquids like gasoline through the pavement slab, if there is a crack, it will go directly into the fresh air ducts, and then we have a mixture of petrol and air, which is not really good. So basically, two alternative solutions were brought into the discussion. One is the alternative solution which has been executed further down in the Chenani-Nashri tunnel, basically to have a main tunnel and an escape tunnel with cross passages, lay-by niches, and a fully transverse ventilation system. And the other alternative solution was that we take two single lane tunnels, as we called it, because officially the project was a double laning. And the idea was basically to provide one traffic lane and one so-called emergency lane, so that if there is a vehicle breakdown, they can go to the emergency lane and stand there. And we have still traffic going on. And one thing that was also very important at that time, for us to have the unidirectional traffic, and also taking as a point of starting point the European guideline. If we have a emergency lane throughout, we don't need any lay-by niches, so we can save a lot in this niche excavation, which can be quite large. Then one other concern was the incident ventilation in case of a fire. So we need a ventilation duct of about 17 meters square to get this amount of air out, 120 cubic meter per second at that time. So either we have it in the fully transverse or in a shorter, smaller cross section with a single air duct, which is, so to say, going both directions. Now, the incident ventilation in any case is that we have the jet fans which direct the airflow and the exhaust duct to take the smoke out, which is quite important for that long tunnels. Now, coming to the alternative one cross section, we have the air ducts, we have the escape tunnel, and if we have a lay-by, we have quite a huge cross section. From the railway tunnel we knew that there is a few stretches which are geologically not so strong, so that would mean that I have a large cross section in a not so stable ground. And also in the alternative one we had the fully transverse ventilation, and the only issue is, or well, one issue is that we have more than 4,000 meters between the length of a ventilation section. The tunnel is 8.5, no shaft is there, not possible. So that was one shortcoming. And the other thing is what we found out in discussion with ventilation experts is that such a fully transverse ventilation needs a very proper adjustment of all the inlets. So the system must be calibrated, and if that is not calibrated properly, you have fresh air the first 2 kilometers, and then in the middle you will have only waste air. So with all these arguments, the things were taken further, and what is also important is the accident scenario. For alternative one, if you have an accident, people can run out, but to get the ambulance vehicles in, the service tunnel must be large enough, that it is usually, but we cannot get any cars out because the accident is somewhere in the middle. So now coming to the alternative two, this is the cross section of the system, basically 2 full road tunnels with cross passages. And now coming to the accident scenario, you have an accident, fine. These vehicles can pass out. In the other tube, the vehicles can also pass out. There is no obstruction. And I have the option with my emergency services to come even from 2 sides. If I have no other accident in the, so to say, second tube, I have full access. And then one big point which was pointed out was operation under maintenance. Sometimes we have to do maintenance in road tunnels for whichever reason, can even be after a small accident. So if we have 2 tubes, we can run the traffic in one direction and then run the traffic in the other direction, and we have the full safety features. And one tunnel can be blocked completely for maintenance. So then all these solutions were compared. As I pointed out, separate escape routes in the DPR solution, not there. In the combination main tunnel, escape tunnel, yes. Twin tube solution, yes. Access to accident through separate route. In the DPR solution, no. In the main tunnel, escape tunnel solution, yes, with some restrictions. In the twin tube solution, yes, full access. And I think that is important for the road safety. In DPR solution and in the main tunnel solution with escape tunnel, we have bidirectional traffic. So head-on collisions can be there. And the twin tube solution gives us unidirectional traffic, which is already ruling out any head-on collision. And then the other point, traffic during large maintenance possible, that is only with the twin tube solution. One option which I did not mention here was, I mean, it's the Kashmir Valley. If there is any act of terrorism, you can blast a full road tunnel and you have no connectivity anymore. And here you must be at least putting 2 vehicles or 2 explosives in both tubes to really cut it off. So, and then this alternative 2 was chosen. The contractor was in favor of the alternative 2. The client, NHAI, agreed finally. It was executed and it was inaugurated this April by the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi. I just have one impression of the North Portal. So it's fully under traffic, working fine, and I used it already. Whoever from your end use it, it's really impressive and it's fast and nice. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Florian, on this very important project recently commissioned. So with that, we come to the final presentation. We are running 10 minutes late, though we started 20 minutes late, so we'll take liberty and keep the question answer time little short. So I invite Mr. V.K. Rastogi on requirement of IT based system for tunnel construction monitoring. Mr. Rastogi. So 10 minutes to you.
Sure, I'll try to squeeze in.
Yeah, please.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I know there's tea time now, and I will not like to introduce the tea time, so I'll try to be as brief as possible. Can somebody put my presentation, please? Yeah, this is the one. Yeah, okay, fine. I can next from here. I can next from here also. Good afternoon, everybody. So my presentation is on requirement of IT-based system for monitoring of tunnel construction. Let me briefly introduce my company. This is Geodata Austria, and it's an Austrian company, about 170 employees, 34 years of experience. We've done about 500 projects in 40 countries, tunneling projects. Basically, our business fields are instrumentation, guidance system for road headers, TBMs, guidance systems, and of course data monitoring systems, which is the topic of today's talk, software for data monitoring systems. Incidentally, there's another company, Geodata, which is Italy based, and let me clarify that there is no relationship between the two companies. It's a entirely different company. Our expertise is that we have integrated monitoring and surveying with information technology and also construction monitoring, as you will see. Now, I'll cover this talk very briefly into this parts. First, I'll talk about the need for digital technology in construction, and then I will propose, or I will discuss a one-stop solution for the entire tunnel monitoring, and I will explain as to how at one-stop station you can monitor the entire tunnel. Now, why there's a need for digital technology? See, the common practice is that we rely mainly on paper to manage processes and deliverables such as designs, drawings, procurement, equipment, logs, daily progress reports, etc. In this way, information sharing is delayed and may not be universal. It is delayed and may not be universal. Secondly, owners and contractors often work from different versions of reality. Everybody has got his own version of reality kind of thing. There is no single source of truth for integrated real-time view of the entire construction process. With the digital technology, you can have online sharing of information in real time by all stakeholders at all levels with alarms. No critical information is missed. We can share information, it can be shared by the contractors and all the stakeholders at the same time without any loss of time. There is a transparency and collaboration. We can have low-cost mobile connectivity via tablets and handheld devices. And the most important part is that instrumentation data can be instantaneously analyzed and presented in a user-friendly manner. At present, as you all know, instrumentation, well, it is used, but I don't know whether we really make use of instruments. And one reason is that there is no way in which we process data fast unless there's a good software for this, which I'll talk about. So this improves efficiency, timeliness, and risk management. So let us see briefly what is this one-stop station for entire tunnel information. We have a master database hosted on a cloud-based server. All data is accessible to authorized users in a user-friendly manner. This is the block diagram which I like to discuss. See, there is of course, Kronos is our trade name, this name of our software. We have a Kronos database management system on MS SQL server in the cloud. Now, on this database is loaded all the data of the project. Some of the data is not frequently changing, like we have a topo drawings, alignment, etc., which will be fed once. Maybe they can change after some time a little bit. And second data is a changing data, like the actual construction progress, the instrumentation data, and everything. So we have in this one DBMS server, we have data on geometry, geotechnics, geology, structures, machine movement, TBM is there, monitoring of instrumentation, construction, alarm reporting, and documentation. Everything is there. There is a variety of file formats in which you can feed the data. You see on the right side, there's so many file formats are there: AutoCAD, DWG, DXF, BITSMAP, CSV, etc., etc. So one can feed the data in any of these formats into the database. And below on the left side, you see the data inputs are there, which can be manual or automatic. Automatic means, suppose you want a real-time monitoring system, or you have a real-time data from TBM, it can be automatically fed to the database through an FTP server whose credentials we will provide. So all that you have to do is to program your DAS or the TBM machine to transfer the data to the FTP server whose credentials are available. If you want to feed, and same thing is true if you have a robotic total station, it will feed data automatically to the FTP server. If you have a DAS for the instruments, it will also feed data automatically to the server. If you have to feed any data manually, like you have to feed daily construction progress, how many piles have been done, what is the progress, you can feed it manually into the same database from your terminal itself, or from your tablet, or from your mobile. And you can also feed all the instrumentation data manually also, because some instruments are there which you say it's not possible to have automatic. Okay, fine, you can do manually, no problem. That way you get raw instrument data without any changes, and you get absolute truth about the project. Then on the right side you see, the bottom right side you see accesses are available to the owner, to the consultant, to DDC, to the contractors. You can have a number of contractors. Every contractor will have the rights to see only his part of the operation, his part of the tunnel. And you can also have limits to the rights of every person in every organization. Like you can have, one can have right to only to view, one can have right to even change, one can have right to feed the data, like that. So everything is programmed, and everybody shares data on the same database. So this is the system which is very easy to implement. As you can see here, one database setup, and this is a very good system for any project. In this kind of system, you will just see a plan view of the entire project. You can pan, zoom, and measure function is there, construction progress including TPM parameters, live mode or refreshing, changing data. You can have complete building information in case of a typical project like a metro project. All the building survey reports are inside. You can have all measuring sensor information, that too after processing. These days when you take the data from measuring sensors, you can start processing. It takes maybe a few days to process the data, but there you can process instantaneously. And you can have certain features which I'll show you right now here. Now what you see on the screen is the entire project. You can zoom into any area and go to a particular section. You can access this thing either from the, you can see this thing either from the GUI itself, or from the left side you have the menu bar, you can see from there anything you like. You can, for example, if you go to the station area, you can see piles. The green piles are constructed piles, and maybe some blue piles are there which are under construction. So like that you can see very easily. You can, in this one, you can draw a section anywhere, and you can do section of the station at that point. We can mark this thing by graduated symbols. That is, vertical settlement can be seen by means of symbols. Every leveling point which you have, we can denote it by a point. The diameter of the point will denote the will be proportional to the displacement at that point. So more the displacement, the larger diameter. You see some points are having large diameter, some lower diameter, means displacement is less or more. Blue indicates heave, and brown indicates settlement. So on one picture you have a bird's eye view about how the entire surface is behaving when tunnel is moving. You can draw a line anywhere, as you have drawn here the red line, and you see the cross section here. So you can see contour section also here. So all the facilities are there in the software. If you have buildings, on the building itself, the instruments are marked. The instrument values are marked in real time. Real time means one has to feed the data. Feeding means one has to do either through a DAS automatically, or he can do manually also. So you see everything here on the building itself. So you can monitor existing building structures in real time. Then you have TBM movements can be seen on the same screen. Then if you have tunnel like this, you can see in different colors we can show that is the progress of the tunnel. Green means it has already been excavated, blue means not excavated, and brown means or red means partially excavated. So you can see the construction progress itself, and anybody can see if you have rights. Now, if you have any data, any drawings which are linked to, which are relevant to a particular section of the tunnel, you can always have a graphic marker as we call, and one clicks on the marker and you can see the drawing over there. So as in one previous talk there was a mention that in DMRC there have been some problems about drawings, usage and all. Here is a solution. That means if you have a software like this, you can just click there and you see the drawing at that point, and you see the latest drawing version, and then you can work on that. So these are the advantages of this software. You can see construction progress in this form. This is the blue line shows the schedule progress and the plan progress, and the lower one shows the achieved progress. You can have in different sections of the tunnel, like different portals, you can see the progress. Then you can see it's the bridge and the alignment. You can see progress of the bridge. Then you can see here the cost part also. That is the yellow line. So the yellow line shows the cost flow which was planned, and below you see the cost flow as it happened on that particular time. So you have this thing. Now finally I come to another very important area, which is instrumentation, which is made very simple by means of this software. Although I covered it in my previous talk day for Astro, I'll just very briefly cover it here. As my friend from Lombardy has explained very well about the observation method. So we use observation method in instrumentation. We do design programmation, we predict and we measure, and the cycle goes on. We have this flow diagram of instrumentation. That is how instrumentation is planned. Now in this process we generate a huge amount of data. In one Copenhagen project which we did, we generated, the data was about 280 million data points in a period of 4 years, which was the tunnel construction time. So obviously it's not possible for anyone to analyze this data manually. You need a software for this. Now the way, we hear a lot about instrumentation these days. We say the instruments are not working, we use a lot of instruments and all the things are there. Now I like to correct one thing, that instruments, we use instrument, but we are not, we install instrument, but we are not using the instruments. The instruments are working, but there are several factors which inhibit us to make use of instrument, which I'll come to a little later on. And second problem, of course, is that we don't use a proper software. So now see, instrument is something which you use if you want to measure something or you want to assess something. Use an instrument where you can't reach. These are all examples of simple instruments, but every instrument has a procedure to read and to install. A doctor thermometer you should install under your tongue to take the proper reading, half a minute. Okay, all this. Blood pressure instrument also you have. Similar way, any geotechnical instrument also, of course, they're more complicated, they're embedded inside. They have got also techniques to install, and they've got technique to read. Everything is there, which unfortunately is not followed everywhere. That's what I feel. What I personally think from my experience in instrumentation is that, instrument, first of all, wherever instruments are ordered, they must be of good quality, they must be inspected in the manufacturer's work. There should be a pre-installation inspection, there should be post-installation inspection, and the instruments should be working after installation, and only then the payment of the vendor should be settled. The instruments are of good quality, but just because of these problems of installation and maintenance, and maybe of course not maintenance can't be done much, but monitoring, we are not able to make use of instruments. So I think this aspect should not be ignored. Once we take care of this, and then of course we should use the smart data management system, what is here, in which we can see all the data very well. You can see some data. For example, we can show the data of inclinometers, which you must have used. We see data of inclinometer, and in the center we have also shown the geology there. So yes, I'll cut down now. These are some slides which I will not take much time. Now I'll just go through them. So we have alarming functions also. Everything is there. We have data automation, and we can have, in conclusion, I would like to just say that the construction sector has been a little slow in adopting process and technology innovations. It's high time that digital technology is used, and a digital platform is a unique source of truth about the project, and it is shared by everybody. We use many sensors and instruments but fail to make use of them, so digital technology is a must, and it must be made a part of technical specification and insisted upon. Unfortunately, in some projects I have seen that even though it's a part of specification, but it's not very much insisted upon. So my request to everyone is that this must be insisted upon, and I think once we do that, we will be able to do a very good job of our tender monitoring. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rastogi. Very good presentation on the subject. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have had 7 very good presentations covering diverse fields of investigation, design, risk assessment, project monitoring, and case studies. Unfortunately, we are running little late, so I would request Mr. Khalid to summarize. We will not take question answers. I request everyone to use their tea time while having a cup of tea. They can chit chat and have questions answers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll quickly conclude this session. So it was a very interesting presentation given by all 7 presenters, and the topic was also very interesting: subsurface planning, investigation, design, understanding the geological and geotechnical conditions. And everybody, all experienced people, they have given presentation, and all the audience must be benefited with this. First presentation on a case study, that was a keynote address given by Dr. Rakesh. It was very good on soft ground, how to go ahead, and he has explained the details regarding geological surprises. It was a bigger dia tunnel, and we have to go for heading, benching, and then invert also, because lot of problems in NATM also we are facing. Then he has explained the use of pipe proofing. That was also very good because it is in practice now. NATM is very common in India. So it was a very impressive presentation. So we all will be benefited from this. And he has given the use of SDR, mostly in soft ground. SDR is very useful because you can do the grouting also. Then second presentation, Dr. Sanjay Rana, as usual, his presentation is always impressive, and he is the only person available who can guide everybody in tunnel fraternity on this subject, because he is the master on this subject. And he has suggested so many methods, and he has come up and he has given the examples of many projects of the world, even in Canada and Bhutan and everywhere. So we all go through his paper properly, and he is always available with us, and he is a very active member of TAI. Always he is available for us. Then third presentation, challenges of underground space facing mixed geological condition. So Mr. Abrol, Mr. Subramanya has explained very nicely about the TBMs used in Bangalore Metro and mixed situation, because this is a real critical situation when we go for a tunnel by a TBM, because TBM we can't take it out. Suppose if any uncertainty is there inside, and especially what he was talking about the boulders ahead of the face. I don't know how. I'll just discuss during tea time with him, because at BPHEB project we are also facing the same thing. We are getting boulder of more than 1 cubic meter size, and we stuck up for a year due to this. And the situation which he explained, it is really eye-opener for everybody. So it was a very good presentation, and he need to be congratulated bringing this issue up. And then regarding the fourth presentation, fifth presentation, planning and design construction of divergent tunnel for Arun project, because in Himalayan geology, the cavities, formation of cavity and then geological surprises are very common, and we always faced in Nagaland, everywhere in India also, and similar geology is there in Nepal. He explained very well the problem he faced, and at least we are having a solution for this. So such type of case study everybody should bring up, so that it should be beneficial, all should be benefited, because similar type of situation in Himalayan geology, anywhere it can happen. So thank you very much for this good case study for Arun project, because logistics are very bad in Nepal. Now it is coming up. Sixth presentation, Dr. Florian, he always give very impressive presentation, and he is a role model for the tunnel engineers. So he has explained very well the alternative route for the tunnel of 8.5 kilometer. It was really a milestone for every tunnel engineer, and he suggested a escape route for this. For that, whatever is required, he has explained in his paper. We can go through the paper, and he is always available for explaining anything if required. Requirement of IT-based system. In the last presentation, Mr. Rastogi has explained the importance of instrumentation internally, because and data interpretation. If we are having data, we are taking the reading, we are putting up the targets and taking reading every time. But if we don't know how to do the interpretation and then get a good design, that is very important. If one should know how to interpret the data. So he has explained in detail. We could not get the time to explain everything, but he has also given a very impressive presentation. So this way we conclude this session, and it was overall a very good, very impressive session for this 1 hour. Thank you all. I will hand over to Chairman.
Thank you, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, may I now request our chair and co-chair to kindly step forward so that we can present a memento to our speakers. We first have Dr. Rakesh Kumar. Sir, can we kindly have you on the stage? Then followed by Dr. Sanjay Rana. Can we also have Mr. Andrea? Followed by Subramaniam Gugeji. Followed by Mr. R.K. Abrol. Dr. Ken and Mr. V.K. Rastogi. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a warm round of applause for all our speakers? And now may I request Lieutenant General Suresh Sharma Senior Vice President, Tunneling Association of India, to kindly present a memento to our chair and co-chair, Shri S.K. Gupta ji and Shri R.K. Khali ji. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we come to the end of technical session 1. I request all the speakers for the next session, if you haven't yet uploaded your presentations, kindly use the break time to have your presentations uploaded here on the system. And we have, so by 4:20, we shall reassemble here for our next session.
Hello. Hello, Arnold. Good afternoon. Oh. I was just thinking, if you still have time, you can do it online. Or if you want us to put a record, we will do that. You will be available for half an hour or so? Yes, but if you want to go live, that will be great. We will be starting in 20 minutes. We will be starting in 20 minutes. Yes, 20. We will be starting the session on 20 minutes. After 20 minutes. Yes. Then we will play the record. If something goes wrong, we will play the recording. Yes. Okay, great. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request all of you to kindly please proceed back towards your seats. We shall soon be commencing with technical session 2 on contractual insurance aspects and financing of tunnel and underground projects. And before we proceed with the technical session 2, a gentle reminder for each one of you that we will be having our awards ceremony starting at 6:30 p.m. So I request each one of you to kindly sit back at your seats so that we can quickly go ahead and proceed with the awards as well.
He's going to speak. Hi, Arnold. Arnold. Suresh Sharma here. Yeah, hi, how are you? Okay, just one clarification from you. Are you going to do your own presentation or shall we show the presentation from here? Okay, but fine. But at the moment, if all goes well, you have your presentation with you. Good. So I'll yeah. Don't worry. Even I am prepared. So we will we will do like that. You are the first presenter. We're going to start in about 5 minutes. Okay. You're okay. Your voice is okay. You're looking fine. There's clarity in your picture. Yeah, just show your PowerPoint. Yeah, we can see that. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have everyone back in the conference room? Can we please all find our display seats and get back to our sitting arrangement? Ladies and gentlemen, can we please come back to our seats and so that we can start with the technical session 2. Our chair for the session, Lieutenant General Suresh Sharma, PVSM, AVSM, Senior Vice President, Tunneling Association of India, is already here on the dais. I request all the delegates on my right as well as on my left side to kindly please proceed towards your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, please may I request you all to kindly stop the murmur so that we can continue with the proceedings of the technical session 2. It's a humble request, everybody. Please kindly respect the dignitaries who are aligned to speak next. I request you all to kindly proceed towards your respected seats so that we can start ahead with the technical session 2. Our chair for the session is already here on the dais seated, and I request all the delegates as well as the speakers to kindly remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now starting with technical session 2 on contractual insurance aspects and financing of tunnel and underground projects. The chair of the session is already here on the dais, Lieutenant General Suresh Sharma, Senior Vice President, Tunneling Association of India. I request all delegates and speakers and all respected members standing on my left and right to kindly proceed towards their respective seats so that we can start with the session. Ladies and gentlemen, at the extreme end, may I please request you all to kindly move towards your respective seats. The sooner we begin, the sooner we end.
Now, having said that, Arnold, can you hear me now? We need you. Okay, so a very brief introduction about the speaker, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the speaker person on the view file, on the screen. That's Arnold Dix. Now, here there is a little bit of difference. So far, we were talking about technical stuff. We spoke about the operational logistics. We are now going to speak about a subject which is less spoken, less understood, but equally important. And that is the subject of contracts. You will agree with me that most of us, especially the engineers, take a lot of time and they always think that this is somebody else's job. And who's that somebody else? At times you fail to understand. So some people, most of us, learn it on the job. There is no formal training. There is no separate cadre within the government systems, people who are super specialized into writing and operating contracts. So there is a catch here. In the absence of these, we write contracts which are cut, copy, paste, which are not very useful at times, and they lead to a lot of litigation. Two, it leads to a lot of time and cost overruns. And 3, disputes is not a good thing to have. The work virtually stops. The temperament of the people really goes bad, and the working environment actually spoils, creates a little bit of greed, and brings in a lot of, incorrect kind of practices. So it's time that we understand that this is a specialized subject. There is a certain amount of, we all been speaking that there are a lot of uncertainties, there are a lot of, unforeseen circumstances. If they are there, let them be there in the contract. Who owns the risk? Let it be there in the contract. What is so secret about it? Okay, so this is something which we over a period of time have tried to resolve. One document which has been internationally prepared, where even my friend Arnold has a lot to contribute, is the FIDIC Emerald Book, which is now becoming an international Bible to follow for the contracts which are getting operated in the space of underground works. We are still following EPC. EPC has major issues. Now, a bit about the speaker. Arnold is a person who has evolved himself over a period of time by reading more about the contracts, by traveling all over the world, understanding the various kind of contract systems in the various parts of the world, and he is a well-acknowledged person today. He goes around, talks to people, delivers lectures, talks, and also is a part of the ITA working groups and the committees, and he's one of the vice presidents also. He has worked a lot in this area. I'm not going to speak more about it. Now, his speaking skills are he's got plenty of skills. He is a very articulate person. But today he's going to be speaking to us in his keynote presentation on the experiences and structure of model contract document for the EPC tunnel projects, regulatory framework and policies in different countries. He is sitting at the airport ready to take off, and he's already threatened me that if I take off, you take on. So I am only hoping and praying that for the next 10 minutes his flight is delayed and he delivers his full talk. Arnold, 10 minutes, no more. Thank you very much. Over to you. Loud and clear? Yes. Go ahead. Yes. Yeah, thank you, Arnold. Well done. I think you've spoken so much and so well in I would say, dare say that less than 10 minutes. Thank you for doing that, and that sets you free to take your flight. So we have executed the contract very well. I was to give you a memento which I can't send you online, but I assure you whoever out of us comes to the next conference in the WTC will bring your memento along. So that is due. Thank you once again. Have a nice flight. In your absence I can speak so much, even if it is irrelevant, that you said so. So while you are on the flight, I will sum it up on your behalf, and if I don't understand it, I will say that Arnold mentioned it, Arnold said so. Okay. Okay. Nice meeting you. All the very best to you. Thank you very much. Very unusual. You will agree with me, ladies and gentlemen. That's a very unusual way of, but that's the power of technology. Today, a gentleman who has made a commitment to us, sitting at the airport, waiting for his flight, is able to connect and deliver his talk. And you would have realized that person has that knowledge and the experience of having traveled across. I will not sum it up now. I'll leave it for the end. Or I think we can do that before we forget it, and rather than for difficult for me to comprehend as to what he said and what he didn't. Just to recapitulate, not in my words but in his words, that was Arnold Dix, Vice President ITA, who was originally an engineer, converted into a legal person. So he's a techno-legal person, which I'm sure some of us are now evolving to be. It is high time that in our fraternity, in our tunneling community, some of us take to this. Seriously take to this, so that it helps us writing and operating the contracts. Okay. What he mentioned is that on one side there is law. Law has to talk about the risk management. But the beauty of law is that it's partly written and partly honored. What is written is very clear. What is required to be honored is a matter of interpretation. And that is where the legal loopholes exist. I claim, you don't claim, or you don't agree, you claim and I don't agree. And that fight goes on. This leads to very ugly situations at times. We should try and write as much as we can, and whatever cannot be written should be an agreement that, okay, because of this unforeseen circumstances, who owns what kind of risk. This is what he mentioned, that this is not clarified much. We leave it vague because probably it helps some of us. Contract is an agreement, and there are contracts which are very, very difficult to operate in some countries. He didn't mention India, but some countries. Okay, governance, where the government steps in. He did mention a word about that also. The government has a role to play. While the contracts or the agreements are between two parties, they are also subject to the law of the land. And that is where the government step in, because two governments also have something which are now the treaties between the two governments, which also become a binding, and they superimpose at times. Ill-informed professionals. It may be a bit of a harsh statement, but you and me must agree that we are also in the same category as far as the contracts are concerned, not technically, as far as the contracts are concerned. Unfair risk allocation to the contractor. You will agree with me. Our endeavors, especially the people who are clients, I'm not saying private client or government client, when we are in the seat of being a client, we have a tendency to do the risk transfer in writing or in honoring our word always to the contractor. I think it's not an even play. We should be fair to each other. Risk apportionment, that is what we mentioned. Very difficult to operate in certain countries where regulatory functions are not well defined. You don't know really. There are three. You have to deal with the government, you have to deal with the regional government, and you have to deal with the local people. Very, very difficult to operate. ITA has done a certain amount of research, and they come out with the certain practices. And ITA with FIDIC has come out with the Emerald Book, which I told you that is a very new document. It is considered as a Bible, at least in the tunneling world, in better part of the countries that we operate. EPC, he is mentioned in his concluding remarks that there is something which is being currently followed, that is do it for a fixed price, no matter what it is. ये पैसा है, इसमें जो करना है वो करो. ऐसे ही होता है. This is what we do. He's coined a new sentence. He says, pay value for what you get. So this mindset has to change now, ladies and gentlemen, even in our EPC contracts, that rather than going for that fixed and fixated kind of situation, we must be a little more flexible. We must be ready to compensate for what, and it is not that we are just trying to sing a song for the contractor. A rogue contractor should also be penalized for what he's not done. So that is also to be understood. So this is the way I think he's gone about. In a limited time frame, he could have elaborated more, but I assure you that through the TAI, we will arrange a special session only dedicated to the contract management. We in a limited, we can only pay lip service in those 10 minutes and 20 minutes. We come and we talk and we leave. We need to really take stock. We will involve some legal people, some techno-legal experts, and TI will take the lead. We will do a kind of a workshop or whatever seminar in Delhi or wherever we decide, and we will invite most of you just to educate each other. I think this is one gray area. Okay, I'll stop with this speaker here. Now, the next speaker for the session, he's not around now, Kalmera is not here. Tunnel and underground works, transition from a hazardous environment to risk cost reduction through risk engineering management. I think very well worded. Let's hear Abhishek, you are here. You're going to deliver this talk. So I'm sure his talk is going to be very useful. I'm quite impressed with the way they have worded this. Transition from a hazardous environment to risk cost reduction through risk engineering management. So let's hear our speaker Abhishek. Abhishek, a bit about since I don't know you personally, you'll have to take a minute to introduce yourself. So you get a little extra?
Yeah.
You get 12 minutes.
Great, thank you. Hi, thank you for having me here, Chairperson sir. I'm Abhishek Shankar, Senior Vice President, and I lead construction practice for Marsh India. Marsh is a global risk management and insurance broking company, and we lead this space in India as well as internationally. The prime objective that we are going to talk about in our discussion today is primarily risk management, more from an insurance point of view. I cannot agree more from what Mr. Chairperson has said, Mr. Arnold has said. The written intent of any contract becomes really important. But the topic that I'm going to talk about is a paper that has been published by one of my tunneling engineer from Marsh, UK, Thomas, and I will be presenting this presentation on his behalf. Good evening, honorable dignitaries, participants, speakers, ladies and gentlemen. To start with, I would like to thank Tunneling Association of India and Tunneling Asia 2022 for giving Marsh an opportunity to be present here on all these learned discussions that has taken so far. To start with, I would like to say that this particular presentation is very well placed today because most of the speakers, including Dr. Sanjay Rana Saab, Subramaniam Saab, R.K. Abol sir, and Mr. V.K. Rastogi sir, including Andron, they have touched upon most of the very important technical aspects when we talk about a tunneling risk. What I am going to talk about today is a topic which highlights the importance of risk management. Transition from a hazardous environment to a risk cost reduction through risk engineering management. I am not here to jot down all the risks that is associated. I am sure that the team present here know most of the risks. Some of the important risks that we foresee when we go for a underground tunneling project is ground and geological conditions. Where to excavate? We don't know what is ahead, and hence there is a fear of unknown. Risk is different if the execution is done by tunnel boring machine, NATM, or conventional method. We have seen that design is one of the most important factors when we decide to execute a tunnel project. And that is not only us, there are reinsurers and their technical team Mr. Reiner in 2011 has given the most important weightage to a design of a tunnel. Construction, execution and workmanship defines the quality of finished products. Then we need to be mindful of third-party exposures. When you do a similar type of project in a city like Mumbai or Himalayan belt, the exposure changes drastically. Then natural hazards. Exposure category is defined by a tool known as Munich-Re Nathan tool. It gives you a very precise understanding of natural catastrophe prevailing in that particular region. But we should be very mindful of the terminology environmental nuisance, which is we need to be mindful of vibrations, dust and dumping of muck in the nearby areas. When we look at some of the notable impact both on the financial cost and the time aspect with respect to tunnel failures, it was studied from 1994 to 2009 that almost $100 million in terms of quantum was a loss sustained by tunnel collapse. These are some of the major losses that we can think of. So let me correct myself, it's $500 million of losses in these 10 to 11 years. When we plot these losses, we not only see what is present here as the quantum of loss, but the more important thing is that the tunnel is being built to serve a purpose, and the delay is something which is very important for the execution of project because it leads to a lot of cost overrun and hence a financial burden on all the parties who are involved. When these losses occurred, it led to a very huge impact on the insurability of tunneling project. Harsh initial reactions from the insurer led to a lot of restrictions and further risk management requirements. And that is where new cooperative approach created with new obligations and responsibilities. Let's call it guidelines. Critical and pivot role of risk engineers was understood, and very promising improvements signed to date with various reduction in failure losses, because that is what risk management was meant to provide. So risk engineering is not something which is limited in terms of time deliverable. It is something which goes throughout the project life cycle, and it has a multilateral benefits. It's smooth in transition between different stages. If we look at these two graphs here, it talks about the cost of risk management exercise when you start investing in risk management from the conceptual stage of the project vis-a-vis the type of cost that you are going to see with respect to risk management when you are trying to mitigate the event which is just ahead of time, and now you have to mitigate that particular situation. So development stage, a risk engineer will definitely be required to be there along with you while the feasibility studies and project fundamentals are being developed. Tendering stage, as Arnold rightly mentioned, it is very crucial that we select the right contractor through the tendering stage, we select the right form of contract, and the risk allocation for the contractors are done in a right way. Design stage, it is a critical time when you are risk profiling this entire project, and that is where a alarm concept is introduced, which is as low as reasonably practical. And then comes the construction phase, where the construction management plan, adherence to the design, and change management when you foresee a big bottleneck and you have to change your design, you have to change your plan, how well you equip that, because you need to meet the timeline given for completion of the project. And needless to say, project owner, who has a very critical role. because they own the business case, they have to set the requirement, and they need a technical representation in order to understand what is the progress, how it is progressing, what are the bottlenecks, and how it is being mitigated to meet the project timelines. So, risk engineering, insurance relevance and contribution. Involving a risk engineer as early as possible is the expected thing for any complex project like tunneling. They are involved for the life cycle of the risk management task, escalating role with various responsibilities. They have a pivotal role of shaping the outcome of the insurance product because they understand the risk, they understand the concept of how the risk is being mitigated, and then they translate those technical discussions for the underwriter to understand the risk management philosophy of the contractor and of the principal to execute a project. And that is how a robust insurance program with better coverages, enhanced limits, fewer restrictions can be achieved. The quality of risk engineer comes from the professional experience, robust engineering judgment, and the type of international recognized tools that they are going to use. We all know that everybody here practice some form of concept in terms of the tool that they are going to use while executing a project. Powerful and recognized risk management tool, international guided codes and standards. Some of them I would like to highlight here is International Tunneling Association 2006, Code of Practice for Risk Management and Tunnel Works, Tunneling Code of Practice 2012, and Risk Management Principle and Guidelines on Implementation ISO 31000. The graph here, I'm sure it will be difficult for everybody to read the thing, but you will definitely have a paper with you in your dockets. It talks about the basic concept on how the guidance of identification and management of risk in tunnel and how it is covered through the entire life cycle of the project, from the project stage to the operational stage. Let's talk about Tunneling Code of Practice. It's a fundamental tool. It's constantly evolved during time, taking into account the experience that we had. It complementary tool which exists with the legislation and regulation that we have. It adds LR to the process, which is as low as reasonably practical. It clearly allocates actions and responsibility. It emphasizes proactive approach. Tunnel Code of Practice provides guidance, but it's not always taken as compliance. In the appendix, it clearly mentions the deliverables and documents so that the recording of information can happen in a form which can be translated into a meaningful conclusion for some technical people to take action upon. So as we rightly know that it is identifying situation is one of the critical role from where the risk engineer starts, to assessing what are the risks, evaluating, that means quantifying the risk, mitigate, use LARP to mitigate the risk, and then monitor, because no risk can be made zero. So whatever residual risk is still available, we need to keep monitoring it throughout the life cycle of a project. It is high level approach and it becomes niche as we progress in the project. The flow chart represents the structural approach of different pillars that needs to be addressed. It has to be singular approach and not fragmented. Risk engineering not only is an important while placement of the policy or before placement of the policy, it is very important that we continue this exercise during the currency of the project so that we are very sure that we are adhering to the agreements that has been complied while taking a policy. Not to take long, I would like to conclude my presentation A project risk management is a dynamic and constantly evolving process. It is designed proactive and interactive approach versus passive and cumbersome stance. Involvement of qualified risk engineering as early as possible, earlier the better. It has multilateral benefits to major stakeholders, project owners, contractors, designers, insurers. Management of challenge and controversies in the context of robust technical basis. Transparency and collaboration in earliest stage delivers the best possible outcome. Clear linkages between risk engineering and project insurability. To sum it up, risk can be managed, minimized, shared, transferred, and at times accepted, but never ignored. With this, thanks a lot. I would be happy to take any questions. Thank you, Chairperson, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhishek. Ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that in a very short time frame, he's taken us through the entire journey, and he summed it up beautifully in red. And it reads very beautifully: risk can be managed, minimized, shared, transferred, or accepted, but cannot be ignored. Now that is where people like you and me come, that come what may, however good design it may be, however careful you are, certain degree of risk will always remain. Be aware of that, and that is where we need to sort of contribute and sort of take control of. Now, there are the notables are that every year he said $100 million. Professor Wagner says no, the cost of this damage or the financial damage because of the various kinds of tunnel collapses happens to the tune of $500 million across the world every year. Yeah, during the observation period. So, well, that's a huge burden. The point is that he has said that, okay, the risk management is not only, it starts from the time that you conceptualize a project. Then when you design a project, very, very important point, during the tendering stage, when it has to be written, during the construction when the whole thing is happening, and during the project ownership. Actually what he meant was during the M&O period. That means that during the entire life cycle of a tunnel, some or the other risk remains. How is that to be minimized, how is that to be managed, is the art of, and that is where the insurance people come in, that they have packages prepared for you, provided they have the correct kind of technical inputs, so that they can offer various kinds of packages which are fruitful and useful to the owners and to the builders. And that is where, that's about the role of the insurance people. And he didn't speak much about the insurance part, but he did speak too much about the risk management. Maybe a little later when we do our role about, or do our seminar, we will also invite some insurance people, that how do you write insurance policies, both for the clients and for the builders, to mitigate this financial burden. So that's it. Anybody having any question, because he's available? Abhishek is here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, anybody having any question? I think he articulated his talk very well. Okay, now the last speaker, Professor Wagner. If I was to introduce him, I need another 15 minutes. But this time, because I introduce him very frequently on the web series, so this time his introduction is short. He is a professor, an educator, a researcher, and practitioner, an advisor, a consultant, and I don't think I missed out anything, with almost 5 decades of work into the field of tunneling. Okay, so he's, I always say that he's one person who has a plethora of knowledge and experience, and we must make use of him. Only thing is that there is a risk here, and I have to do the risk mitigation. Professor Wagner, we have a risk that you will overshoot the time. Okay. Okay. So therefore, as an insurer, I have to ensure that you finish on time.
Okay. Thank you.
You have 12 minutes to go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please start.
First of all, I would like to mention that the previous speakers and me, there is a big difference. the previous speakers had 10 minutes. I have 600 seconds. You know, this is really comfortable time. And the other comment which I would like to make regarding Arnold Dix is that what is the problem with the law? The problem with the law are the lawyers, you know. So that's, we know that we have to, as much as possible, avoid the lawyers. Now I'm talking today about inevitable risks of tunnel collapses, and you will have something where you will cry out and will say, no, no, this is not true what you are telling us. Okay. We have got this introduction already. I would like just to say that the presentation has a table of content. In the table of content, I did not mention what is mentioned in the paper, and there was just 600 seconds is not enough. In particular, I would like to ask you to take a look into the paper of the proceedings and what I'm telling about nuclear power stations. So I think that we missed the chance in Fukushima, in different disaster areas. From the point of view of the origin of what we are talking about is that there is a widespread rumor of two antagonistic tunnel technologies which clients and consultants have to decide when it comes to design and construction of a tunnel project, and we did hear it today multiple times. ITA and NATM and mechanized tunneling, DBM. So there is a technological inevitability. In excavation always, both the tunneling technology makes use of an equal understanding of ground and ground behavior. Please, ground and ground behavior, two different parameters in the context of excavation, installation of support, and inevitable collapses. It gets reflected in geotechnical baseline report, or GBR, which is laid down in the FIDIC Emerald book in 2019, related to risk management plan. We heard about that, which both became standard in contractual tools. So there are several reasons entailing collapses, and I have listed up 10 reasons. One of that is insufficient blasting and support, shotcrete deficiencies, insufficient pre-investigation, phase collapses, delayed grouting for DBM excavation, insufficient drainage, ingress, and in particular when it comes to high ingress of water like 950 liters per minute. I had that in my one of my projects in Germany, inappropriate forepoling and rips and lagging application, RQD assessment wrong, RQD assessment lagging and forepoling, fake design. Design is what we heard already, is imperative. Squeezing rock conditions, deficient rock support, and mixed use of DBM and DBM. This is not very common, but it happened in my in my experience a couple of times. Now I will show you a number of pictures where we have insufficient blasting and support and collapses, and this is, and none of these pictures which I am showing you now is from any of the nearby projects here in India. These are all international projects which I would like to highlight here. There's another case where the risk origin is shotcrete deficiency very close to the tunnel face. There's another one where not enough pre-investigation has been invested, and phase collapse was the consequence for the origin of that risk. Then we have a problem with the grouting. If the grouting is delayed for a drill and blast operation and it comes to a collapse, then this looks like that on this picture. Then we have heavy ingress of water, in this case more than 950 liters per minute, insufficient drainage in order to control the ingress of water, insufficient installation of support. Then we have insufficient and inappropriate forepoling. You can see here we have a number of forepoling layers, one on top of the other, and ribs and lagging behind, and I consider this as a very, very low quality excavation of the contractor. But it's not only the contractor in that case. The lining can collapse also if the RQD assessment is not precisely, and for the consequences are the installation of steel ribs and pipes and all kind of lagging and forepoling. Then we have a very interesting support of a huge tunnel, hydropower tunnel, with steel support and sandbags, which definitively is not state of the art. And in this case, we have squeezing rock conditions, and we have a deficient installation of support. And in this case, we have a very confusing multiple time change of TBM and of DBM on a length. The total length of this water tunnel was 25 kilometers in Iran. And they, whenever they run into problems, then they think they can solve the problem just by changing the excavation from drill and blast to TBM and then back to drill and blast again, and they have done this for more than 20 years. As far as I know, the tunnel is still not finished. So there are some probabilities for tunnel collapses, and the highest probability for a face collapse is 45%. And for the water inflow and overstressed support, it is still 30% on this graph. Maybe you can see the graph in a little better quality when you go into the proceedings. So there are the invention of risk management systems, and today contracts always focus on risk management system. If the design is weak and the stresses and the schedules are suffering, if there are cost overruns, if there are delays in construction, if there are losses, is also a major risk, loss in revenues. When we have a hydropower station, we want to sell the energy. If we have delayed construction, we cannot sell in the delaying period. Then we have safety deficits, also leading to collapses, and we also have problems with environmental issues. The likelihood and consequences are on this picture here. They are it is very well known. It is well known in the insurance industry, in the construction industry, the consulting industry, everywhere. To reduce the likelihood and the consequences is the main subject of risk management. But who carries the risk? The risk responsibility allocation is a very, very major, important issue to be discussed in the contract. The employer shall take the responsibility for the basic design as incorporated in the tender documents, including the hydraulic and geotechnical design, which includes excavation dimensions. On the other side, the contractor will carry out the detailed design and conform to the basic design and the design standards set out in the bidding document. So there is a responsibility from the contractor, there is a responsibility from the employer, from the owner of the project. And this is, well, I would say it's a little bit nebulous defined. The detailed design shall be subject to the approval of the employer based on review to be carried out by the employer's DRC, Design Review Consultant, with increased employer's design responsibilities. The difference between new contractual framework and conventional approach is that the civil contractor takes the responsibility for the detailed design and for the drawings, not for the mechanical design. Very simple, the innovative risk management graph in this slide shows the risk recognition, the risk knowledge, and the risk expectations, and you can see that all of these areas of responsibility are overlapping. So we have to be very careful in that respect, and the FIDIC condition, the Emerald Book, helps a little bit. But it does not replace an experienced consultant. The risk management strategy should enable early recognition of project-specific risk and manage identified risk in order to contribute to cost lowering. Whatever we dig into the ground, into the rock, into the soil, is lost. If we do too much, it is lost. We can never get it back. So we have to take measures to lower as much as possible the cost. The risk management strategy also shall support cost planning as well as form the base for future decisions, because when the project is finished in construction, the project is not finished in the life cycle. So life cycle cost is something which is new in our industry, and we should always consider life cycle cost and life cycle influence. The risk management strategy shall comprehensively identify, estimate, and evaluate risks and chances, both quantitative and qualitative. What is the risk expectation? Today, risks are evaluated via fixed additional cost depending on the project stage. Such fixed additional costs did lead to wrong estimates both on top and below. Target shall be evaluation of expected additional cost as consequence of risks to be expected. Risk knowledge management shall be established of respective reporting system and shall be recognized, evaluated, and documented continuously on individual project components, because we have head race tunnels, we have tail race tunnels, we have search shaft, we have machine and transformer halls, so it depends on the individual component of the project. Decisions shall be documented and comprehensible. The final risk management strategy shall allow a fundamental statement on the total risk potential of the project. So the strategic targets, the early risk recognition for timely risk management to guarantee project development without any friction, improvement and guarantee of cost stability to enable fundamental statement of risk provision for unforeseen, improvement and guarantee of schedule and time provisions, evaluation and guarantee of quality in design and in construction, improvement of knowledge and information transfer risk. Fundamental statement on total risk management should be part of that risk management report.
Dr. Wagner, may I request you to conclude, please?
Okay, 4 more slides. Operative targets are suitable, transparent, and comprehensible methodology, comprehensive risk acquisition, quantitative risk compilation, definition of component independent risk potential, preparation of a catalog of measures of risk controlling, risk allocation in EPC contract. Arno Dix did talk about that. I think I agree with him. We can skip that. In summary, underground space is unlimited during blooming technological developments, opening chances to host structures which have been unthinkable few decades ago. Despite these facts, horrible collapses are happening, causing irritation, requiring careful engineering, including estimation of risk. And now it comes to the point where we have to understand, being a friend of the construction industry and of the contracting construction industry, we have to say, please remember the 10 pictures which I did previously show. All of these collapses happen because of missing quality of the construction work. Please accept these as a statement after more than 50 years in the professional world, which I'm right now carrying with me. The contractors are the final responsible guys. The contractors need the education. The contractors are carrying their risk. The contractors should not try to shift the risk from the geotechnical, geological side to the client. I think this is not a progressive way. You have done here in India fantastic jobs, and I can tell you I'm deeply impressed by all the presentations which have been given today in the morning and in the afternoon. So you have done a lot, but there is still on the contractor side much more to learn, in particular in regard to understanding. You know, if the consultant tells you that 30 square meter of excavation is too much, the over profile is more than 5 centimeters, so the drilling and blasting is not done appropriate. So please consider this and understand that if we have a cross-section which is too large, we have to minimize, we have to switch from single cross-section to multiple cross-section. We have done that in so many different types of soil and rock in the past with fantastic success. Safe underground works are featured by method of excavation and ground support, by access to the work, by land above the works, by contractors' equipment, and by underground excavation and installation governed by the contract. Yes, the contract is the governing tool. The essential part of underground structure decision-making is influenced by short-term decisions where the consultant must take the lead. The consultant has to prove that he is the experienced guy, and he has to be given the authority to lead. The need to add capacity in the area of both public and private energy supply results from the increasing energy consumption at higher living standard. So all of our cultural development is moving up. You know, India has more than 7% GDP growth per year and is the world leader in GDP growth. So this is such an amazing, impressive fact. In conclusion, there's a request to optimize use of urban space, leaving enough green space and enabling a better life. It supports sustainable use of safe underground space through innovation in design and construction, disaster prevention and multiple purpose and underground structure. And I would like to also pay your attention to the book which is published by the end of the year, maybe beginning of next year, on usable grounds in all types of grounds. Successful risk control tunnel contracts need trained, qualified and experienced contractors and consultants, designers in design and experienced workforce in construction. A suitable design as well as a robust contract is paramount in parallel with challenges of ground on GBR, geotechnical baseline report, magic word. and RMP, risk management plan. So both of these are essential components of the FIDIC Emerald books. So we are at the end, where in tunneling there is no collapse, there is luck. So do we trust our luck? We should never mistrust our luck, always trust. Luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Wagner. Ladies and gentlemen, you would agree with me that the passion, the knowledge, he could have carried on for another 2 hours. There is so much knowledge repository in him, but then the time constraint tells us that we have to stop here. We shall carry the question answers into the evening time, because I have a mandate to finish and I'm 5 minutes overshot. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the conclusion of this session, which is the last session of the day. We have to conclude because the entire area has to be, we have to hand it over back to the hotel people to do it up again for the evening function. So that's the time constraint. Thank you very much. And thank you, Professor Wagner, for a very illuminating talk, for a very articulate talk, and full of knowledge, enthusiasm, and okay, yeah, over to you.
Thank you,
Ashima.
sir. With this, may I now request our chair to kindly present a memento to Dr. Harald Wagner and Abhishek Shankar. Can I please have Mr. Abhishek on the stage? We already have Dr. Harald on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a warm round of applause for Dr. Harald and Abhishek Shankar? Thank you, everybody. With this, we now come to the end of technical session 2. I shall quickly remind you that we will be joining back for the TAI Tunneling Award 2022 at sharp 6:30. I request you all to kindly come back as soon as possible so that we can quickly start with the TAI Tunneling Awards 2022. Thank you so much, everyone, for being patient and kind. Have a wonderful evening ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, one quick announcement before you all leave. The Young Tunnelers Conference 2022 will be held tomorrow at ballroom at 10:30 a.m. in ballroom 5. I request all of you who would be attending the Young Tunnelers Conference to be present in ballroom 5 at 10:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you.
is done. Should be in the system. I will check. Confirm this.
ऐसा करना तो
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We shall soon be starting with our award ceremony. May I request everyone to kindly proceed towards their respective seats. People on my right and people standing at the back. May I request everyone to kindly proceed towards their seats, and please have your mobile phones on silent mode or on airplane mode. Thank you. I can't see. It will take me time to see. You have to wait. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to kindly proceed towards your respected seats so that we can now start with the third edition of TAI Tunneling and Underground Space Awards 2022. Can I please request everyone to kindly proceed towards their seats, and please have your mobile phones on silent mode. With this, a very good evening and a very warm welcome to all of you. Third edition of TAI Tunneling and Underground Space Awards 2022 is what we start here today, right now. I please request everyone to kindly not murmur, otherwise nobody would be able to hear what I have to say. Thank you. The Tunneling Awards, the association also organizes biennially TAI Tunneling and Underground Space Awards. Since 2017, the national competition seeks and rewards the most groundbreaking innovation and outstanding projects in tunneling and underground space utilization. Candidates compete for the Oscars of tunnels in the frame of 6 categories and 1 lifetime achievement. This award ceremony of the TAI Awards is being organized on the first day in the evening, followed by a banquet where the whole tunneling industry participates to witness the ceremony and the developments. The following are the different categories of the awards given: the Tunneling Project of the Year, Technical Innovation of the Year, Environmental Initiatives for Sustainable Tunneling Project of the Year, Safety Initiatives in the Tunneling Project, Young Tunneler of the Year, and Lifetime Achievement Award. Now, before we start with the award ceremony, may I request Dr. Mangu Singh, President TAI, Lieutenant General Suresh Sharma, Senior Vice President TAI, Shri R.K. Khali, Vice President TAI, and Shri A.K. Dinkar, Secretary General TAI, to kindly join us on the stage. Can we please have a warm round of applause? Now, the jury for selection of the awards has Dr. Mangu Singh as the President, Senior Vice President, former Lieutenant General Suresh Sharma, Vice President Shri D.K. Sharma, Vice President Shri R.K. Khali, Secretary General Shri A.K. Dinkar, Dr. D.V. Dhareja, former Member Design and Research, Central Water Commission. With that, may I now begin with all the categories that we have for tonight's award ceremony. The first category we have would be the TAI Award on Tunneling Project of the Year. Now, the nomination for this category of TAI Awards were invited for projects for which the major civil engineering works have been performed and completed substantially between 1st January 2018 and 31st December 2021. The judges considered the project implementation and features that demonstrated design and construction innovations, overall approach to management of construction, demonstrated overall owner satisfaction with completed work, public community relation programs to bring public support to the project, demonstrated value-added time and cost to competition vis-a-vis contracted versus actual by all of the above, other interesting features, commercial resolutions, etc. The award for the Tunneling Project of the Year goes to Atal Tunnel. And may I request Shri R.K. Dhiman, Additional Director General Border Road, and Brigadier Baswana, Deputy Director General Border Road, to kindly proceed towards the stage and receive the award. The Atal Tunnel Rohtang is a 9.2 kilometer long, 2-lane bi-directional highway tunnel The Atal Tunnel Rohtang is of strategic importance from defense point of view. May I now request Sir to kindly say a few words?
Respected Metro Man of India, Dr. Sridharan, Dr. Mangu Singh, General Suresh Sharma, and other dignitary and distinguished member in the audience. I am very thankful on behalf of Director General Border Road for honoring us for this recognition. You know that Border Road is working in all Himalayan region. So with this encouragement, we have a lot of projects in hand which we want to go ahead. The similar 2 tunnels are under construction, one in Arunachal Pradesh, Sela Tunnel. The altitude wise is higher than the Atal Tunnel. Then similarly, we have another Nichpur Tunnel that is also in Arunachal. And incidentally, we are going to start another highest tunnel in the world, Shinkula Tunnel. This is 4.25 kilometer in the boundary of Himachal and J&K. So with such encouragement, I am sure we'll be leading in other projects in a similar way. I thank you, Tunnel Association of India, for giving this recognition to border road personnel. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. With that, we now come to the next category. The next category of awards is in Tunneling Innovation of the Year. The nominations for this category of TAI Tunneling and Underground Space Awards are innovations that have been implemented in tunneling or underground space use projects between 1st January 2018 and December 2021. The technical innovations come in many forms which move the current state of the art forward to improve design, application, processes, equipment, materials, etc., resulting in improved and more cost-effective solution to a problem. For this, may I now request Chennai Metro Rail Limited and ACOM to kindly proceed towards the stage to receive the award. And on behalf of Chennai Metro Rail Limited, we have Shri Sunil Kumar Reddy Kasa, and on behalf of ACOM, we have Shri Vipul Sarana and Chiranjeev Sarkar. The Chennai Metro Phase 2 Corridor 3 includes 29 underground stations and associated 20 kilometers tunnels. ACOM is detailed design consultant for entire 29 UG metro stations and tunnels. May I request the awardees to kindly share May I request the awardees to kindly share a few words before they leave.
Good evening all. We would like to thank Tunnel Association India for selecting us for such wonderful award. It is our pleasure and honor to receive award from such platform. Thank you. And also we would like to congratulate entire team involved in the Chennai Metro projects. Thank you.
Congratulations to all the awardees. With that, we now come to our third category, that would be environmental initiatives for sustainable tunneling. The nominations for this category again were invited for environmental initiatives that have been implemented in tunneling or underground space use of projects between 1st Jan 2018 and 31st December 2021. In this category, the award goes to Mumbai Metro Rail Corporation Limited. May I request Shri SVR Srinivas and Shri SK Gupta ji to kindly proceed towards the stage to receive the award. May I request Srinivas ji and SK Gupta ji to kindly share a few words with us before they leave.
We are very much thankful
who have received this award. Actually, I will say we deserved it actually, because Metro Line 3 is an underground project. It is a very complex project. And to ensure environmental compliance in that situation, and particularly in Mumbai, is a very difficult task. It's really a challenging one. Still then, we were able to comply our project environmentally. More importantly, our project is funded by JICA. So whenever JICA funding is there, we have to abide by their very strict environmental and social considerations. These are very difficult to achieve. So to comply that requirement of the JICA, we prepared our EMP, we obtained all the requisite regulatory permissions from the various regulatory authorities, be it be a forest department. It's very difficult to get the forest clearance, but Team MMRC worked very efficiently, and in coordination with each and every department. I found out in MMRC that all the wings of MMRC, the project division, the finance system and environment cell, they work in tandem and achieve its milestone. Apart from all these things, MMRC as a part of regulatory requirement as well as have taken various initiatives on its own as a voluntary measures. So there are many initiatives we have taken. We have on the tree front, we have already some projects of the in-situ plantation of the trees. Somebody referred in the conference that we will restore the site after completion of the station work. Similarly, on their ground also, whatever environment was there prior to the construction will be restored by planting the equivalent number of trees that we removed from that site. Apart from this, on the mangroves front also, there is a project of in-situ plantation of the mangroves for our two stations, namely BKC and Dharavi. And in nutshell, I will say that we are also having a renewable energy project also. We are going for waste to energy project to produce electricity from the vegetable waste, fish market and etc. So I will say that MMRC has taken all the steps voluntarily as well as regulatory requirement, and we believe in sustainable development, carry out the development with regard to the environment protection. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With that, we now come to our fourth category, which is Safety Initiative in Tunneling. The nominations for this category of TA award is to reward an initiative introduced within the tunneling and or underground space industry which has enabled a company, project or series of projects to deliver clients improved performance with respect to the safety, health and welfare. Judges particularly were interested to hear about the drivers that led to the initiative being launched, the reaction of clients and local communities, any longer-term impacts prompted by the initiative, results and cost implications, why this initiative goes beyond the normal practices. For this, may I request Shri Vikas Kumar and Daljit Singh Ji of Delhi Metro Rail Corporation Limited to kindly proceed towards the stage and receive the award. Can I request Shri Kumar and Daljit Singh Ji to kindly say a few words before they leave?
Respected Dr. Sridharan, members of the jury, ladies and gentlemen present over here, it is a great honor to receive such a prestigious award on behalf of DMRC. In fact, DMRC's safety category has been excellent. We have in the very foundation of this was laid by a person who is sitting in front of me, Dr. E. Sridharan, and any awards in DMRC, the first name which comes is Dr. E. Sridharan, because he has laid the foundation of such a wonderful organization. I will tell you regarding the safety instances, what he used to say. He always used to say that the best safety device is a careful and well-trained man. You just note the depth of this sentence. No machine can, in fact, if a person is well-trained and careful, no machine can match that. This is what is his vision. Once again, I am humbled to take this award on behalf of my DMRC family. Thank you so much.
Many congratulations to you, sir. With that, we now come to our fifth category, which is the Young Tunneler of the Year award. The Young Tunneler of the Year nomination for this award are sought to find the individual born after the 31st March 1986 who has made an outstanding contribution to the tunneling industry. Judges focused on the personal contribution made by the individual to successfully deliver innovative ideas or initiatives, challenge normal practices, or lead major technically complex operations. Judges also looked for evidence of the individual's ability to be a significant part of the team, project, or business to technical or commercial success, deliver beyond the client's organization's expectations, tangible differences made in the operating environment, and length of tunnel excavation, volume of cavern executed in 1 month's time. Ladies and gentlemen, may we now request Mr. Ayush Raj to kindly step forward to receive the award. Mr. Ayush Raj, Deputy Chief Engineer, Civil NCRTC, is an eminent engineer with demonstrated skills of managing complex tunneling challenges. At just 32 under his supervision, 2 major projects of Delhi Metro, that is construction of road tunnel above operational metro tunnels between AIMS Hospital and JPN Apex Trauma Center, and construction have been submitted. May I request you to kindly say a few words before you leave.
Good evening, everyone. Respected sirs, thank you very much for considering me for this award. I would like to thank here all the seniors who supported me, who guided me, who made me capable to stand here. My colleagues who supported me throughout my career, my parents, and especially my wife for supporting me. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Ayush. With that, we now come towards the most weighted award of tonight, the Lifetime Achievement Award. The nominations for this category of award are for the individual contributions that have been performed and completed by his organizations under his dynamic leadership. Judges considered the tunneling and underground projects implementation and features that demonstrated specific and discernible contributions during his years of association, peculiar execution philosophy, project challenges overcome, measurable outcomes of initiatives taken during his tenure in terms of actual physical achievements, and recognitions received. For this award, may I first request our esteemed dignitaries to kindly step down so that the awardee of this award can receive the most important and prestigious award of the night. May I request Dr. E. Sridharan to kindly receive the award, the Lifetime Achievement Award for the night. can we please get a mic for sir?
Before we invite Dr. Sridharan to say a few words, I'd like to say that this is a matter of great honor and pride for Tunneling Association of India. That Dr. Sridharan has accepted this award. As you know, he has been conferred many big awards like Padma Bhushan and all that. So for this award, we were actually very hesitant whether he will accept this award or not. But I think his commitment towards the engineering profession and particularly the tunneling profession, I think he has done a big favor to Tunneling Association of India and all of us. So I thank him once again for accepting this award.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed a very proud moment for me to receive the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Tunneling Association of India. This is a great honor and a great recognition. I am particularly happy that one of the most hazardous and difficult field of civil engineering, I have been recognized as given some good contributions, and this award has come to me. In fact, tunneling has been in my blood almost from my very young days. Starting in 1957, I constructed 2 tunnels, one the Ernakulam-Koilon meter gauge railway construction near Cotton Station. The 2 tunnels were by cut and cover in those days, but very much admired by the public. Thereafter, I had the unique honor to construct 93 tunnels, totaling 82.5 kilometers for the Konkan railway from Bombay to Mangalore along the west coast of the country. After this, one tunnel was 6.5 kilometers, and there were 9 tunnels more than 3 kilometers in length. What was most challenging in those tunnels was everything had to be done manually. TBMs could not be made use of. And we had one of the most difficult and treacherous soil conditions to deal with. Lateritic soil. I don't know whether you are familiar with it. Lateritic formation looks very hard on the surface. As you go down, it becomes softer and softer, and almost like toothpaste where the tunneling had to be done. Thereafter I had the good fortune to handle Delhi Metro. I was in charge of phase 1 and phase 2 Delhi Metro. During that period, I had constructed 90 kilometers of single line tunneling. Therefore, I am very happy. My contributions to this field have been recognized by the tunnel engineers of the country, and I have been awarded. What I want to place before you on this occasion is, in all such projects, it is not the contribution or achievement of one individual that matters. There is always, behind the leader, a big team of designers, engineers, consultants, suppliers, etc. Therefore, with all modesty, I accept this award on behalf of those members of the team who helped me in my endeavor to complete this tunneling project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of the third edition of TAI Tunneling and Underground Space Awards 2022. And before we commence with the cultural evening, I would like to say a few words of the next person in line who will be taking forward the show with you. It's a pleasure to introduce Parijit Sarkar, a stand-up comedian, host and writer. An experienced corporate slave, Parijat is a Bengali who loves debates but is also a Gujarati who loves rebates. An MBA from IIT Kharagpur, he has worked with top brands like Tata and Tata Motors in 11+ years of corporate life. With his brand of clean, relatable and customized humor, he has engaged top brands like Mercedes-Benz, Pepsi, SBI and many more to go, and of course the Tunneling Association of India too. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Parijit Sarkar.